should be working already. Okay, perfect. So I usually wait for the halls of mirrors, for the infinite halls of mirrors. There you go. So let me X this out. Um, okay, so this is what I'm working on right now, guys. Everything's working. All right. So what I'm working on is this project over here. So a friend of mine, a coworker of mine, wants me to build this website for her. But this is a mock-up. So I was hoping that this would be like a theme, a template, you know? So I was hoping I would go to like over here, theme forest. Let me maximize. Go here to theme forest and I would find that specific theme. A WordPress theme, a template of some sort, but that was not the case. I'm very sure that if I were to search in an in-depth search, like just search, not periodically, I would say like search on a long basis, you know, like just take my time searching, I would most likely find one that's similar. But for some reason I don't want to search for a theme when I could build it from scratch, and that's what I'm looking forward to do. And with the help with the help of Chat GPT, I think it's possible. So first and foremost, he already gave me all the ins and outs, and it looks like a match. And I know how to build I know how to work with in this case with the server to build the scaffold. In this case, we're gonna use Vite to build the scaffold. So he says here, look at your mockup. There's nothing that requires Elementor. Everything can be built with HTML5, Sass, modern JavaScript, Vite, Git for version control, and VS Code. This approach gives you faster page load time, cleaner code, better maintainability, easier customization or dependency on Elementor. So that's what we're gonna do. So here's what we're gonna do. The announcement bar first, then the header, then the hero. I'm not sure if it has an announcement bar. I believe it's up here. Yeah, this is the announcement bar, and then this is the header. So basically, and then the hero, which is this section over here. This is the hero right here. The landing section. The founding professional icons. This is very important. I want to be able to build this as exact as possible. And then the about page, and this is the about page, and this is a single page layout, so it doesn't have like the about pages in the menu, in the nav menu. In this case, this is the landing page. That's what this is. And then the luxury suite. All right, this must be the luxury suite over here, around here, right? Amenities. Not sure what's the amenities part, but it has to be one of these over here. It has to be in this section. So, and then the gallery, and this must be the gallery here, or here. One of these. This looks like a gallery, so it has multiple images. No. Again, as we move forward, we'll figure it out. Who we serve, waitlist, call to action button. Yeah, this is a waitlist over here. So contact and then footer. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and figure this out. And then he has the project structure. This is the scaffold, hopefully. So we get the picture, right? So the design will these are the colors. And I believe he's gonna make it into a custom property or global font or colors. Global colors, and this is the global font Well, at least in the headings, and then the body's poppins. The buttons, we create one reusable button class. All right. And this is obviously a button class, and we're gonna call this button through HTML, the button with the BTN class. And then the components will build reusable components instead of duplicating codes, the button, the navigation, the card, section, all that good stuff. And instead of icons, fonts, we'll use optimized SVG files. And animation, smooth page fade in, navigation, button lift on hover, card lifting slightly, scroll reveal effects. And as a responsive design, it's going to be mobile first. Breakpoints is 320, 576. So this is the typical breaking points. And the features is sticky navigation, mobile, hamburger menu, smooth scrolling. All right, so okay. So let's go ahead and start. I'm gonna go ahead and just press enter so we can start. Okay, so perfect. We'll build this like a real front end project, not just a collection of HTML files. By the end, you'll have a professional code base you can deploy anywhere. So phase one, project setup, create the project, open your terminal and VS Code and run this. So I have to create a new window, I believe. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna choose project name, Don Divas. All right, and then framework is vanilla, the variant is JavaScript. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna copy this. This is the bash, the command. We're gonna open a new window. We're gonna maximize here, file, new window, and then we're gonna close this one. All right, open this one. We're gonna go ahead and press. You see, this is the problem with this. Excuse me. If I were to, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem because I already know how path location works. So control backtick, and then I want this to be in my program files. So let's go to my program files. Change. Yeah, that's where I want it. So I'm gonna go ahead and back this up, and I'm gonna change my location to here. But the problem is, are these two in the same place? See, that's the problem. So let's not go ahead of ourselves. I believe I could do this in a different way, but I'm not going ahead of myself. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it right where it is. So let's go back. So I think is back. It's just a dot right here that I have to press. Let me see a dot and then backslash. Let me see. Oh no, CD change. I think it's C and then dot and then backslash. Uh, Let me just copy this over here. Control copy, and then I'm gonna just go back, CD, print, backslash over here, and then enter. Okay, so now I'm in my normal, yeah, user KP dev. Great. You know what? I'm gonna exit out. I'm just gonna open a new window. I'm not gonna mess around with that. Then I'm close this one. Okay, so now we can go ahead and press Control back to. And now we're back to where we're supposed to be. Yeah, it's the same place. So now we're going to create these folders. I'm going to copy this right here. Because there's a different way for me to do this. I mean, I could just go here to mine and then go over here and press new folder, right? And let's say I call this demo 55, right? And press enter. And then if I were to open my CMD, right? CMD. And then I would let me show you guys. This is another way of doing it. And then I would go in here and copy this path and 2D change. Control V like this, and then I would press just a dot, I believe, and then it would enter. Let me see, dot code, I believe, or dot. Let me see. Wait, there's a way to do this. Let me see. How to open a folder in VS Code with dot with period. Let me see. So basically, to open a folder in Visual Studio Code using the dot command, you need to use your operating system terminal command. The previous symbols acts as a shorthand that tells the computer you want to target the current working directory. Exactly. So, oh, it's code and then dot. Okay, so I was close. So it's COD and then dot. Is there a space? Yeah. Then dot, and then it would open VS Code, and it would be in the correct directory. You see? So that's what I'm thinking of doing, because so now if we maximize, we press Control backtick. Trust the folder and continue. Yes. Now now they're matching, right? I'm inside the demo 55 folder. So that's what I'm hoping of doing. So let me double check this with chat GPT and make sure that that's what it's doing. So we're gonna make a directory called Don's Diva. Then we're going to change directory, basically go to that location, go to that folder, and then we're gonna create the Vite. We're gonna create the Vite server. Initialize it or declare it. We're gonna create it. Okay. But let's see what happens if we do this like this, right? So let's follow this step and see which one works best. I'm gonna go ahead and close this, and I'm gonna work on my current window that's open, which is this one. Okay. So again, my thing is I don't want to create it in here in KP dev. So let me right click it and open it. Oh, shit. Yeah, you see, so it has all these different folders in here which I don't use, which I usually don't go to. That's why I don't want it created there. But let me look at it from Windows Explorer. Let me press Control, no, Windows and then E to open a Windows Explorer. And let me look into the, you see, when you click here, there's no user. I would have to click one of these and then somehow go to the user location or path location. So let's click, let's say music. And now let's click here, you see? It just doesn't make things easier. You would have to like click here somewhere and then eventually get rid of all this stuff here and then go to that folder. You see what I mean? So let's look at this real quick. See, that's where the trouble lies. Again, just for practical purposes, I'm gonna leave it right in there, and I'm just gonna run this bash. And that's it. Let's not worry too much about it. I'm gonna go ahead and press Control V and then enter. Wait, I don't think these lines belong here. Or do they? Oh, let's see. All right, press enter, and it's created. Great. So now here's the problem. You see, there's nothing here. All right, we're gonna click on vanilla. Let me close this. Press I could go either up or down. I'm gonna click vanilla. That's what he tells me here. Right? So project name, right? Don Divas, Don Divas. It didn't even ask me for the project name. So this is inside length and then name. Developer mode, I believe. So if I click on this window, see, this is where it gets a little. Let's finish here. I'm gonna press enter, and then it's gonna be type JavaScript. That's what he says here, right? Vanilla JavaScript. Press enter and install with npm and start now. Well, I mean, npm should be installed. Then install the dependencies. Okay, let me say yes. So he's creating the scaffold. Hopefully, oh, okay, I see what's going on. This is where it says that these are warnings. It says here function matching cost a stack trace module not found. Okay. Yeah, wrote down. Sometimes it comes with a glitch, so um we have to the word, I'm not sure if it's downgrade. It's more like just go to the long-term support. So we gotta download the LTS version, not the most recent. The most recent has a bug, therefore we're gonna go from, like, let's say Vite 8.0 to Vite 7.0 which is the LTS version. So we could fix that. Let's see what's going on this side. Nothing. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is these are warnings. Installing dependencies. I'm gonna tell him to fix this because it's a problem. This is the error. New error, cannot find native build binding. NPM has a bug related to optional dependencies. Please try npm I again after removing both package lock.json and module directory. So I'm gonna press Control Alt print screen. Now I'm gonna open my guy over here so he can help me. Control V and then error, and he'll fix this. I could put it in Chat GPT, but he's not gonna go into my VS Code and fix it like my Git Copilot will. You're hitting device startup error caused by broken optional dependency install, and I'll fix it by cleaning the project install and reinstalling dependencies in the terminal. First of all, I need to see my OBS. Okay. Oh, there's one viewer here. Usually it's people that are selling me like a scam, right? That's what this is usually. Who's the viewer? Third-party events. See all your events. I don't know who's this viewer. It says one viewer here, but I wonder who it is. No, I got 3 followers, and I do not see the viewer. Oh well, I guess I'll figure this out. Whoa. Okay, guys, I know this is taking more time than what I should, but let me click this out. Let's see who's the viewer. So, Lyra Marlin. I don't see who's viewing me. Whatever's the case, let me just keep going. This says one viewer. Maybe it's me. All right, so okay, so it says here you're hitting the okay. So this is the error. You're hitting the Vite startup error caused by a broken optional dependency install, and I'll fix it by cleaning the project install and reinstalling dependencies in the terminal. I am running a quick repair sequence now. I am first confirming the project folder and lock files so we can apply the minimum cleaning instead of reinstalling everything. So I'm gonna press allow. So basically this is SQL syntax. So I confirm the project exists and has a partial install. Next, I am removing node modules plus lock files and reinstalling clean to resolve the roll up native binding issue. Again, he's removing item, which is the node modules, and he's removing package lock.json, and he's removing the npm install. No, and then he's installing it. That's the next command, npm install. I'm press a lot. Those are that's SQL syntax, and it's good to understand the SQL syntax. So then, if you want to be a full stack developer, I suggest you start by learning those 4 languages: CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and SQL. So I'm gonna click allow. We're gonna run the dev server. In this case is Vite. So he says the mixing module is specifically roll down binding. So I'm installing that binding package explicitly and reinstalling the dev server. Yeah. npm install roll down binding Windows 32 x64. We're gonna allow it. This mixing module is specifically okay. I'm gonna allow it again. And now it's working. Great. So now that it's working, usually this stays like stuck because it's trying to run the server from the chat box, and for some reason that's an issue. Even if I press here continue in background, it's just going to take a whole bunch of processing power, and again it's already running. So if I press control and then left click, it's going to open in one of my windows right here, and it worked, right? So it's ridiculous. That's my Elgato Stream Deck control panel. So any little thing, it just stops. It unplugs. It gets unplugged if you touch it. Because I'm using an adapter to convert it from. I forgot what this is. It's the like the a C charger, I guess, D charger, something like that. What is this called? Yeah, 2.0 for 80, something like that. The C charger. So I had to convert it into USB. And it disconnects just by touching it, so that like is useless. Man, I got one viewer. I need to know who this viewer is. It's in Twitch, but I don't see how there's one viewer, and yet he's not in my activity feed. Twitch activity feed. This. All right, so I know it's in Twitch, so whatever. Okay, so let me see if I get my stream deck fixed again. I gotta click here. You guys can't see this page. I wonder if I can create one so you guys can see it. Let me see. I go over here. Let's say I could do like a Windows capture, right? Let me create one here. Windows capture. So Windows capture. All right. And I'm gonna call this second monitor. Second screen. All right, I'm gonna press OK. And now I want it to capture my second monitor. Chrome terminal. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Capture method. Match title. Multi-adapter compatibility. What's this means? Let me see. Let me press OK. Oh, no. Let me see if I could just minimize this and then click somewhere on here and see if it works. Press properties. Yeah, it's not coming up. Sometimes if you press like here, it might work. Windows. This might just cause a problem. And it's not a Windows, so let me go back over here and put this as automatic. And let me press OK. Let me see what this is the one that's capturing my screen right now. This is what you guys are saying about. Okay, there's a different one. So that's what I need. I need a display capture. Let me press cancel. Let me get rid of this one. Delete this one. Are you sure you want to remove this? Yes. Let me take another display capture. Press here. Display capture. Screen. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and second screen. And then I'm gonna put it to I don't want it to get confused with the previous name. Let's see. Oh, no. Let me press automatic and select display. Okay, there it is. So this is second display. Right now it's showing my second display because I have it activated. So if I disable it, now you can only see my first display. So I'm gonna enable it. So I'm enabled this one, and then so you guys can see what I'm doing with my Gato, right? So this is my second display. Is a little choppy, but it works. So I'm gonna hit on my defaults, and now my Elgato is working again. So if you look at this, my screen is yellow. This right here, because I created this background, this background image, and I did this with Canva, and I'll show you guys how to do that. Just let me know down on the comments, and I'll show you guys how to do that. All right, so I'm gonna press my initiation key. I call it my initiation key. My initiation key is this one right here. Because once I click it, it goes to the OBS control panel, or my default profile control panel. Click it, you see? So it says that it's recording right now. I could press this button and I could pause it. And I could press this button and it'll show my mask camera. Watch. Now it should be showing my mask camera. Now you see me, right? I believe so. Yeah, now you can see me. Great. So everything's back to normal. Now I need to, I don't want to minimize it. If I minimize it, it stops working. Like I said, it's a little glitchy. So I got to keep it maximized. So now I'm going to go back to OBS. I want to make sure I can see OBS. And now I'm going to go ahead and, what should I do here? Let me go back to my main screen, my host computer. This is the one I'm working on right now. So let me go ahead and go back here. We're going to go and work on this, my code editor. So this is working. So it says the binding error is resolved. Invite is running. I am stopping the background dev process so your terminal is clean. Then I'll summarize exactly what changed and the remaining warnings. So the error is fixed. I repaired your Vite setup by removing the broken install, reinstalling dependencies, installing the missing native package explicitly, npm install roll down. So we're rolling down instead of rolled up. I guess that's the difference. But I know that roll down is like it's Vite's parser, I believe. So yeah. So the previous cannot find native binding crash is gone. Vite starts at this localhost uh server. This HTTP server, localhost server. Okay, so remaining warning: the node version is 22.11. Vite 8 wants 22.12 or 2019 plus. So it runs now, but you should upgrade node to 22.12 or newer to remove engine warnings and avoid future issues. Right now, I'm not gonna worry too much about that. But then again, we probably should. Yeah, usually when yeah. So this is okay. So let's look over here, see where we at. Still, we're not exactly where I want to be. And I'm gonna go ahead and keep following instructions over here. We're gonna run npm install. I believe we already ran it, but let's do it again. npm install. Press enter. 0 vulnerabilities, great. So it went from required node. Well, these are the warnings. Let's take away these warnings. So, okay, let's upgrade. I'm gonna ask him to do it. Okay, you want to upgrade Node now, so the detect the safest available installer on your machine and run the upgrade, then verify Node version and npm run dev afterwards. Okay, so again, this is the SQL syntax. Node version, npm version, get command. Yeah, so let's just run it. It's getting hot in here. So allow. See, it's inside here, so I gotta press here. Yeah, it's just never understood how we create these folders, these projects. I have to look into that. So we're gonna run nvm install. Okay, node version module. I believe that's what nvm stands for. You know, I could ask these questions as we move along. And my press yes. NVM version, NVM, NPM. Let's see what he says here. NVM is no version manager. Great. So that's what that means. We're going to go ahead and now install all the dependencies. That's what that command does. And it did just that. It is now, we're going to run the server now. Press allow. And then we're going to press allow because it's a new version. I wonder how it's running the server before it's installed, because that window that just opened was to install node.js, so that doesn't make any sense. What is this doing here? Nothing. I'm close this. Okay, upgrade validation succeeded and the Vite warning is gone. I'm stopping the running dev server so your terminal is ready for your next command. Node is upgraded and working. What I changed, install Node 22.23.1 via Node version manager. Switch active 22.23.1. Revalidated project dependencies with an npm install. Started Vite successfully with no node version warning. Current version Node npm. So these are the new versions here. Your app runs at this URL. Okay. This URL stuff is driving me crazy. I keep can't believe what I forgot what URL means. Let me just press here to find. These are terminology that I got to get back to. Uniform resource located is essentially a web address. Yeah. The protocol, the domain indicates how the resource should be accessed. HTTPS. The S is more secure. That's what the S is for. Domain name, and then the path. All right. URL link. What is the link? That's another terminology. So this is the link. That's the localhost server. And this section here, I also need to remember this. This is the it's not the pin. Let me see. Let me copy this. The numbers are called port. Wow. These are the simple terminologies that I've forgotten because it's been a while since I've coded or gone into IT. So now I'm coming back to it. So port number. That's great. It's like riding a bike, huh? So now let's go ahead and move on to the next section. I believe that if now if I run npm install, it shouldn't give me any warnings. So it's perfect. Zero vulnerability, zero warning. Great. Again, I'm not sure why I don't see my folder here. I'm gonna have to go to open folder. So let's go back to the next step. I'm gonna open and well, we already did this. There's no need to do that. You should see the default right page, which we have. npm run dev, and that is coming from package.json, that command. I'll show you later. So Control V, npm run dev. I'm gonna have to configure that to open my browser, to open in my browser automatically. So it's working. I could press F5, Control Shift R for a hard refresh, and it's working great. I can also test it by opening incognito mode, but then again, it's a waste of time. I mean, it's not a waste of time, it's not unnecessary. So now it's running. Let's go ahead and go to the next step. So we're gonna go ahead and install SAS, and all I have to do is run this command. Let's go ahead and do that. Control C to stop the server. Control V. And now let's run it. This is a dependency, but in this case, I believe we're gonna install it as a dev dependency, meaning that only the developers will see it. No need to upload it to the host provider. In this case, I use Hostinger. So when we build it, it's not going to go in the distribution folder. So if we installed it, we installed SAS. Now we're going to clean the project. We're going to delete the contour.js, which is what we see here. That's the contour.js. Every time I click on it, it counts. You see? We're going to delete this by running this command right here. And select an app to open this file. I'm not sure why. Let me select this app. And I'm gonna press just once for now. And now it's open. And this is located in, or it was located in here. Right? But I can't see my folder here. So let's open the folder. Let's not be too scared. Let's just open the folder here. Let me click here. And I'm gonna go to this one and I'm gonna click select folder. And now we should be in our folder, correct folder. So you see, this is the problem, right? Strict mode is intended for safe code browsing. Trust this folder to enable all features. So let's manage it, trust, and click trust. Okay, so now let's trust it. So now we can close this. So now let's backtick and see if we're in the same location. Yes, we are. We're in Don Divas, and this is Don Divas. So if I press dir, VIR, press enter, and we know we're in the correct folder because we can. The whole point of running this command here is so we can check to see if the terminal is in the right folder, not the actual not the actual VS Code window. Well, not the actual VS Code platform or IDE, right? Not the actual IDE. And in this case, we can visually see that the ID is in the folder that we want it to be. It's inside Don's Diva, and inside Don's Diva, it has all our folders and files, right? But the terminal might be pointing to a different folder or project. In this case, we're pointing to the correct folder. And if we look inside this folder down divas, we compare it with this one over here. And it does have a module, node module. It does have a public. It does have a source folder, and then it has a get and ignore. It has an index.html. It has a package lab.json. Okay, so we already know we're in the correct folder. Great. So now if I restart this, it's gonna look different. It's not gonna work because I have to run the server again. And in order for me to do that, I would have to run this command. So now if I think, yes, it's the same port number. Press F5. Ooh. Okay, so let's see what he tells me, because I did go to that folder and I was supposed to delete it, but why would it go into counter.js, right? Yeah, it's still there. And the HTML, all I have to do is delete that one. And it's using ECMAScript because we got the import and the export. This is the export. So it's exporting this function. This module is being exported so the main module can then use it. And how do we know that? Well, it says export setup counter, export setup counter. We're importing it from counter.js. And it's a simple function. We're going to create a function with the identifier setup counter, which is actually the name of the function. We have a parameter element, which is an empty seat. And then we're going to create, this is a declaration, I believe, maybe not, but whatever's the case, we created a function. And we created a counter here. Now this counter is being assigned 0. The count is, we created a counter with the value of 0, and then we declared a constant variable with the identifier of set counter. Set counter is now equal to a fathead function with a parameter of count. Now counter, which is equals to count. Count right now is empty and counter is 0. So we're going to get the element by going to the inner HTML, right? By using inner HTML and using the counter. So now this counter equals to element. I mean, is assigned to element, I believe. Or is assigned to the actual element. So element, event listener, click, and then we're going to set the counter +1. This is going to be increment. It's going to increment. So set counter right now is 0, but as soon as we increment it and it iterates, it's going to increment. Something like that. All right. So now let's go ahead and move on to the next one. I think this is the person that was looking over here, huh? Let me see. First time chat. King Sin Shit. Hello, greetings. Do you stream frequently? First time chat. Okay, stylish, couple, whatever, AI viewers. Yeah, again, this is the scam, streamboo.com. Gotta go now. Wishing you good studies. I also stream about elite code algorithms, and I learn Python and C++ in the streams. Who's this person? And how long has he been? You know, he got badges. It doesn't say when it was created, though, does it? Oh, May 26th. So he has more time than I do. I'm gonna follow him. Let's put this back over here, the panel. Uh-oh. Leave it right there. And I'm gonna go back to wherever this goes. How do you go back? See, this is because it's inside here, so I have to move this and X out. Chat pause due to scroll. I'll press whisper here, and then I'm gonna enter hello. I also love to code. SAS. These two now. JavaScript. Press enter. All right, let me put this back. This panel over here. That's fine for now. And let's get back to business. All right, so everything's still working. I'm still recording. I'm still streaming. All right, so let's see. So I'm supposed to delete this. Let me press Control C. I'm supposed to delete this file by going to the source. And I'm already there. Let's say I close this. So Control C. Control C, and then I'm gonna go ahead and run this command again. And now I'm back over here. Okay, so it wants me to delete this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete it. Press the delete button, move to recycle bin. Yes, that's great. Okay. So it just deleted, it didn't delete the main for some reason. So let's go and see and follow instructions. We deleted it. Now delete everything inside styles dot. Okay, so let me copy this. But it's a little choppy now. Come here. Control C. Just clear the terminal. Control V. Yeah, that's not where I want to go. Let's see what happens if I copy this. I'm sure this is going to give me an error. So let me backspace. Control V, because because it's not pointing to the right location. It's just pointing to styles.css. It's not even pointing. It's basically just wrong syntax. That's CMD. That syntax is not valid. I have to go to source and then get rid of this, and then press Control V, and then it opens my styles.sass or CSS, and he's asking me to delete everything inside. So I'm gonna just press and then Control O, and then backspace, and it deletes everything. So now, if I look at my if I run my server now to press Control C first. If I run my server and open my site, it's gonna be a little, almost like let's see. Yeah, it's not gonna work because fail to resolve import because of the imports. Oh yeah, it's asking for these imports, right? But it doesn't exist. So I gotta take off that import right here. Let me take this off because I deleted it. So delete this, and now let's press Control C. I believe it's gonna okay, Control C, and let's rerun the server. And now it shouldn't give me an error. Now if there you go. So the styles was taken off. So this is the point of the styles.css. It makes it look nice and pretty, organized and formatted. It gives it the visual look. It makes it look aesthetic. It makes it look professional. This is very unprofessional and very appealing, unappealing. So styles, that's because we deleted everything that was in the styles.css. All right, great. So now let's go ahead and see what's the next instruction. Let me put this in a separate window. I have a lot of windows that I think I don't need. So let's start deleting some of them. As of right now, I don't need this one. I don't need this one. I might need this one, so I'm gonna leave this one. But I'm gonna close these two. I believe I already made a copy, or I made a copy of these links. Let me see. Free music, best free icons. Okay, so I'm missing the SVG one, which hopefully I did not close. Yeah, this is the one I want this. I want this URL link. Copy it. I'm gonna put it in my links notepad, and I must say here best SVG icons, and I'm just gonna paste the link, and I'm gonna save it, and I'll close it. Okay, great. So now let's follow the next step. Let's see how many we have open. Okay, 2 is fine. We're gonna go ahead and delete everything inside the main.js again. Now let's go to main.js. Let's click in here. We're gonna Control All and then delete. Okay. Everything's deleted in the main.js. Now we're gonna create the folder structure. I don't wanna create this myself. I'm thinking about asking VS Code to create it for me, because let's see what happens. Let's see. Can you create this? Can you create these folders? Files and folders, files and folders. Because this is a lot. And the way things are going, artificial intelligence is here to stay. So I might as well use my user agent to my advantage, right? So now he's creating all these files, right? So we're gonna double check them. First of all, we got source. Inside source, we got assets. Assets has 1, 2, 3 files, and we're gonna look at this. 1, 2, 3 files. Great. This is from the old counter module that we had. We could verify by looking at it. Yeah, this is the old images. Okay, great. So now that's correct, the asset folder. Now we're gonna look at the JavaScript. We got main and navigation. Main and navigation, that's correct, and it's supposed to be empty. Both of them. Great. So now we're gonna look at the SAS. And we got abstract, and then it has child folders, subfolders. So we're gonna look into abstract. Right here, function. Okay, function mixins and variables. That's correct. Now, I believe that the other ones go inside the same folder. So base is reset, typography, and global. Global reset typography. Okay, I don't think we need to look at all of them. If anything, if it's missing, then we'll just create it as we go with the flow. Okay. So, okay, so he says here, I'm checking the existing source tree first, so I only add what's missing and avoid overriding anything already there. I found the main.js already exists, so I'm only adding the mixing folders plus the new JavaScript and SAS files. The shortest safe path is to create the directory tree and leave the placeholders minimum. The placeholders minimum. The placeholders are in place. Yeah, this is the directory tree right here. Instead of adding the code, I believe that's why he said that. I am doing a quick tree check now to confirm the folders and files landed exactly what the structure calls for. Yeah, the tree. This is the whole tree, starting from the root. This is the root folder. Everything else is like a branch. Created the requested source scaffold. The new folders are in place under assets, JavaScript, and SAS, along with the SAS partials and empty JavaScript file you listed. I left the existing main.js and styles.css and such. Okay, great. I also verified the directory layout after creation. If you want, I can next wire the styles.css into your build or add a starter imports for partials. I'm not going to worry too much about that right there. I'm going to go to the next instruction. Main.js is in the root folder. It's not inside a subfolder of the root folder. And here's main.js in the root folder, right? Let's see. Yeah, no, it's not in the root folder. It's in the source folder, which is the root folder for all these other child elements or folders or subfolders. All right, great. So let's move on. So we're gonna go to SAS and we're gonna copy this. Let me see, where's this SAS file? Should be in the base. Why would he call it SAS and not oh, and the styles, create styles.css, right? So we're gonna go to styles.css, go in here, and we're gonna paste this. Great. Now this is views is basically at this location. Use variables, use mixins, use reset. Okay, this is what I understand based on my knowledge. So if we go over here and let's say we open this guy here. I just don't want to like make this one clutter. Yeah, let me give it some more space. What this means, define. So let me have them define it so we can learn as we go. It looks like you might have cut off mid-sentence, but based on your previous steps and the use base reset, you are ready to stitch your entry styles.css file together and define the remaining base layer. Let's finish defining the base layer so your project compiles cleanly. No, I'm asking you. No, I am asking you what it means. The at use. That's a rule, I believe. The at use rule. Oh, my apologies. I jumped the gun. And assume you were copying and pasting code snippets in SAS. Use it is a built-in rule, exactly, used to load mixins, functions, and variables from other SAS styles. Okay, so great. So when I said use reset, it's basically loading reset or importing, right? So to load, right? Think of it as SAS modern version of import. Exactly. All right, good. So let's keep moving. Let's go to the next step. Okay, so now we're gonna import the styles. In order to do that, we have to copy this. This is called uh so this is the EMA script, right? And we can define this over here. Control copy. Let me see, why is it showing me this? Control V. This is EGMA script. Watch. EGMA script. Yes, that is a formal of JavaScript syntax, but with a slight twist. Strictly speaking, the import syntax itself is part of ECMAScript modules. However, standard ECMAScript only allows you to import other JavaScript files. Right. So when you see a style sheet imported directly like this, it is an extension of ECMAScript syntax made possibly by modern build tools and bundlers like Vite. Okay, so it made it possible to to use the import syntax, which comes from ECMAScript through Vite. So how it works, the thing says browser alone wouldn't know what to do with the SAS uh, with the SAS with the SAS file inside JavaScript file and would throw an error. Let me look at something real quick. I like to get my terminologies when I speak. Yeah, type. So the browser alone wouldn't know what to do with. Okay. So how it works behind the scene, the syntax. The browser alone wouldn't know what to do with a SAS file or SAS file type, right? With the type of SAS file, right? Inside a JavaScript file and would throw an error. But the bundler's job, when you run your project via npm run dev or npm run build, right, intercepts this line, and then the magic happens, right? Vite compiles the SAS into plain CSS first, extracts it, and it dynamically injects it into the web page head layer as a style tag or link, or bundles it into a project.css file. So while the grammar is ECMAScript, the capabilities comes entirely from your built-in tools setup. So yeah, so basically what it's doing is that this import right here is is not made to work with other files except JavaScript, and this is not a JavaScript file. This is a SAS file. So what happens is that Vite intercepts this line of code before it's processed, and then it turns it into CSS code. So it doesn't use the import; it uses a link, because that's the way you're able to link a CSS in a JavaScript or HTML. Well, you're right. HTML in this case is talking about the head over here, no? And so yeah, so this is where the magic happens in the head element. This is the element because it has an opening and closing tab, and it has contents inside of it. It doesn't necessarily have to have content, but this is definitely an element. So it puts it in the head element. So if we look at our code and we go to index.html, it will put it in here as a link. So let's say if we do link and then tab, you see? And this is what it'll run. Instead of import over here, wait, I haven't pasted it yet. So and import this into the main. So let me copy this and go to the source main and control V. So this would be intercepted by Vite, and then it would put the correct link in here, like this. That's what the browser is going to read. That's how it knows it's in. So let's go ahead and press Control Z. I just wanted to explain that. And Control save, and then escape to get rid of this ghost code that our user agent puts in there. So I believe we read all this and we understood this. That's great. So let's keep moving, guys. So now we pasted in the JavaScript in JavaScript, the import. So now we wanted to define the design tokens. So the tokens are the global variables. In this case, it's not called the global variables. And CSS is called, this is strictly CSS properties. Again, we can double check this. Defined tokens are CSS properties. Not exactly, but they're closely design tokens are not CSS properties themselves. Rather, they are the raw values that you plug into CSS. Think of them as the master source of truth. Your brand visually, they store independent design decisions. Right. So how's that not so? Oh, it's because it's in sad syntax. That's why. Design tokens are named variables storing a specific decision. CSS property. The standard layout, styling instructions dictated by the browser. So the application, you apply the design token as the value for a CSS property. Why use the term instead of CSS variable? Cross-platform design tokens are meant to be used anywhere, not just the web. A tool like Style can take a list of design tokens and export them as CSS variables for a website, XML for an Android app, the Swift parameters for an iOS app. Still have one view. Not sure why. So intent driven, they give context instead of just using a raw hex code like this number right here everywhere. Token name names the intent, um token color button feedback success. If the brand color changes later, you update it in one central token and it cascades everywhere instantly. Yeah, but that's like a CSS variable. A tool like Style Direct Dictionary can take a list of design tokens and export them as CSS variables. Guys, this is a global variable. But it works, but they both work as global variables. Yes, exactly. So CSS variables and the sign token, when compiled to the web, both function as global variables, but they live at completely different levels of your project workflow. Here's the exact difference in how they work as global. So design token global across platforms. Design tokens are global to your entire brand ecosystem. They usually live in a central file, like JSON file. Okay. A manifest outside of your website code because they are platform agnostic. That single global token file can be used to generate variables for completely different environment and generate size variables for your web developer because they are platform. That single global token file can be used to generate variables for complete different environment. So this is cross platform variables. Let me ask them this, but let's keep reading. Yes, so they are platform agnostic. Let me see. There's a different chat window that looks similar to this, but there's for some reason you can't use the find thing here. Control F. You see, it only works on the actual window, not on this on the chat window. So that's another question to be had. All right, so that single global token file can be used to generate variables for complete different environment. It generates CSS variable for your web. It generates Swift variable. It generates okay. So is this SAS syntax or to create global variables? Yes, it is. It is define variables at the top of an SAS file like this. Makes them globally available to any other SAS file that loads this file using use. However, there is a very important distinction to make between how SAS global variable works and compared to SAS CSS custom properties. SAS variables are global only during compilation. When you define color, right, it is global to your SAS file while your computer compiles the code. Once Byte compiles each project, all SAS variables completely disappear. They are replaced by their raw value in CSS file. Yeah, exactly. So then it turns it into an actual CSS rule. This is the rule and this is the property, which is assigned this color. CSS variables are with two dashes are global in the live browser. If you want variables that the browser can see change dynamically with JavaScript or update live when a user switches to dark mode, you have to use a native CSS syntax inside SAS. Okay. This is the raw value. And then so this is just making things easier for humans, but the computer can do all this work. This is gonna be a huge CSS file by the time it converts everything to raw language, CSS language. So now we have these are if you want variables that the browser can see change dynamically with JavaScript or update live when a user switches to dark mode, you have to use native. Yeah, if I want the actual CSS variables, I would have to create it like this. But this is cool. So let's keep looking here. So we're going to go to the SAS, which is the variables.css. We're going to go ahead and copy this, and we're going to go to the SAS.css, which should be in the abstracts, variables, control V. And now we should be good on this end. So we're going to add the reset. We're going to go to base and then reset and add the reset. And this here is the universal selector. It's going to select all the elements before and after. We're going to give it a margin of 0, 0, pattern of 0, and box sizing border box. So what this does is it stops like quirk modes from happening. It takes away the browser's default margins and default pattern. Again, this is the reset. This is what it does. It resets um, the default styles for the browser and replaces it with this one here. So let's go ahead and copy this, and we're going to go to the reset.css. It's in the base. So let's open the base reset.css. I'm going to copy and paste this over here, and there we go. Control save. We then going to add the global styles, and we're going to use the variables. This is going to be quite lengthy. Let's see. Global. Okay. And the face font. Great. So we're going to copy the global.css. We're going to go. So we're going to use all the variables from the variables abstract, right? So let's see. Yeah, this underscore is not necessary when we're using anything here. Let me ask him why. Control copy why. Why? Let me control V. Why? Let me press F2. Control O. Control copy. Why is not spelled? I think it's spelled or typed or written. Why is not written like this? I don't like putting a lot of symbols, but there you go. Let's see what he says. So that is one of the best aha moments when learning SAS. Even though your physical file on your computer is named variable.css with the underscores, SAS is smart enough to let you omit before the underscore and the file extension .sat. Okay, so that's probably makes it easier when we're writing the use rule. Here is exactly why it is designed that way. The underscore means partial, and SAS adding an underscore to the front of a file name tells the compiler this is a partial file. Do not compile this into its own standalone SAS file because SAS already knows it's a partial. Forcing you to type the underscore every time you want to use it would just be redundant. There you go. It's the lack of redundancy, reusability, and efficiency. So we have SAS automatically looks for a file starting with an underscore behind the scene. So cleaner, shorter syntax, future-proof and extension. So it says here, SAS deliberately strips away the noise to keep your import path clean. We're gonna write variable SAS. We're gonna writing variables is clean and fast. This is tedious. The one with the underscore and the type file type, which is the SAS file type. Okay, so future-proofing extension. By omitting the SAS extension, your code becomes agnostic to the file type. If you later choose to mix standard CSS files or use the indented SAS syntax in your project, SAS can resolve the path regardless of the extension. So what SAS looks for under the hood? The SAS compiler searches the abstract folder for these files in this exact order. Matches here. Variable, okay. Oh, okay, so it's able to look for it in different format or style. I mean, types. It grabs the first one it finds and hooks it up seamlessly. Okay, that's the learning moment, people. Again, that's the conceptual understanding. Now that you grasp the concept, then you're gonna remember the rest. That's what I call researching. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this and put this in the underscore global size. Put this in here. Go ahead and copy. Control V, and we're set. Control save. So now the first part is done. So when we're done, your project should run with npm run dev, compile the SAS format, have the full structure above, load styles without errors. So let's go ahead and test this out. Control C, I'm gonna run it. Restart the server. We can just go to the page over here. I thought I had to. Oh, okay, I do have, but it's probably a different time. No, I don't. So let me right click and open it like this. Here we go, people. So that's what it looks like because okay, so that's what it looks like because if we look at our actual styles.css, we have absolutely no styles. And if we look at our HTML, we have absolutely nothing in here, and the body is nothing. It just says ID app. I could write like hello world here. Maybe this would do something. Save it. And then see if we got anything. Yeah, we got the hello world here. And if I want, I can run and inspect it by running a specific command. Can we inspect it? Can we inspect it with a JS command to use in DevTools? So let's see how he's gonna do this. I know that he has to put a JavaScript. I was hoping he would put it in here, one of these files. Nah, not really. Yes, in DevTool you can expect a DOM node with JavaScript using inspect. So if you want the whole page root, try this. If you want a specific element, replace a selector. Yeah, this is a couple of useful variants. I was hoping we could use console.log. Let me see if I have time to do that. Let me just copy this real quick. Like that, I don't have to type it. So I want you to use, now just use console.log. Great. So this is what I'm used to as of right now. So let's go ahead and run. This is okay. If you want to inspect a lot of details about one element, this is better. So DL and HTML and text. Let's run the first one and copy this one. And all we have to do is just press F12 over here. And then in the console, we're going to paste the command or script. I believe it's the command. If it works, there you go. Warning. Don't paste code into the Dev2 console that you don't understand or haven't reviewed yourself. This code allows attackers to steal your identity, take control of your computers. Please type allow pasting. Okay. This is a first time thing when you start a project, I believe. Allow pasting, control V. So now it works. I'm going to press enter. And now we have the header. You earned the Chrome DevTool user badge from the Google developer. Create a profile to claim your badge. I already have a profile. Why is it telling me to create a profile? You earned, it's been added to your developer profile. Okay, great. So now this is the body, and we got the header, hello world, and the script. Document body. Oh man. Ugh. Okay, so there was a big oops moment, and I'm back. I had stove on my excitement coding over here, and I forgot. And that's how the fun works. You forget about everything. So I still don't know who's that. Who's that number? Who's that viewer? I wish you could tell me who it is. Twitch activity feed. Can I have a yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to figure this out. Some of the chat polls, do to scroll. Okay, so scroll down. Okay. All right. So again, guys, this was just me running some commands to see if to inspect the header and the hero. And how do you inspect the header? Hello world. Let me look at the HTML real quick. Yeah, so the header, there's no header here. So all we're gonna get, the header usually lives inside the body. So let me ask them why we don't see anything for the header. Let me open him over here too. Why we don't see anything for the header? Is it because I don't have an element for it? Exactly. Looking at your page right now, it is blank black screen displaying only the text hello. If you haven't explicitly added a header element like header element or h1 inside your component HTML structure, the browser won't have anything to render. To fix this, you just need to add the element to your code. For example, if you're using React HTML, you want something like this. In JavaScript, function app, we're going to return this, the div, the header style. This is inline coding right here. This is inline. It's an inline block of code. So all I have to do is just enter here header, right? Up here, in here. Header, right? Dot h1. Press tab. And that's just the class. The class is h1. Let me just put Don Diva in here. But instead of putting it in here, let me save and see what it looks like. So now, if we run this command, it will show the header. There it is. But I don't want it to look like this. I want to give it an actual h1 look. So I'm going to put here h1 and tab. And now it should look like, why isn't this correct? Control save. Oh, this is why. It doesn't have a closing bracket. And now, actually, let me go ahead and okay, let me let it fix it. Great. No, this is supposed to be in here too. X. I wonder why it's doing all this. Control V. So now it should work. Perfect. So no errors. Okay, there it is. So now I can run now I can expect my site or the DOM, and now we have what we're looking for. Okay. All right. So let's keep moving. We just learned that in order to get the header to show, we have to actually have a header element and a hero element. Yeah, but the hero is not showing. But the dot hero does not exist. So what is going on there? So what is going on there? Ooh, let's see. Grammar, huh? It's amazing. So it says, I see now on your screen the text.diva is rendering at the top of the page if that text is wrapped inside your hero class. I don't have a hero class. Where's their hero class? So why is it talking about it? Then the element definitely exists and is rendering. If not looking the way you want it to, if it's not, it is usually comes down to one or two things. CSS does. If you expect a background color, no, but I don't want all that information. The thing is that he gave me this. Let me ask him, why are we inspecting .hero if it doesn't exist? Why are we inspecting .hero if it does not exist? For practical purposes? You are completely right. Inspecting .hero only makes sense if that class actually exists in your page. I used it as a generic example selector, not a confirmed element in your project. For practical use, always target something real from your DOM, for example, body, header, and the ID app, which they do exist. Obviously, this is the body element, the header, and then the ID, which is a unique identifier, exists, and that's how we know because of the hashtag. That's saying, hey, look for an ID call at, and this is the ID call at. This is the hashtag saying, hey, look for it. So basically, the hashtag is like you saying dial this number. That's what hash means back in the days. Again, these are the things that I like to learn. Hashtag. Old meaning is like dialing a phone number. All right. You're thinking of the phrase dialing a number. The word you're looking for is dial. Of course, we still say dial a number today out of habit, but it originally comes from the old rotary phones where you physically turn the mechanical circular dial. Dial specific, right? That thought, or are you looking to use the concept? It's just an old there's a term for that I use frequently now. It's not in my head. Lingo that we use, that using the hashtag symbol before a number means to dial it. Let's see if I'm correct here. Not quite. The hashtag symbol pound hash or octo octothorpe didn't mean dial this number. Instead, it has a few different historical meaning depending on where you saw it. It meant the word number. Okay, there you go. Before it became the hashtag, exactly on social media, that's what I mean. Number, right? The hashtag symbol was widely used as an abbreviation for the word number when placed before digits. For example, right number 9 was just number 9. It meant pounds, whatever. So the telephone connection, when the tone phones were introduced, engineers added the universal star and hashtag pound keys to the keypad to handle future automated services. While it didn't mean dial, you did use it to finish an automated command, like the dialing an extension, entering password, or telling the automated system I'm done, type in my account number, look it up now. So if you're see that before numbers in old contacts is almost certainly just a shortcut for the word number. Great. So I raised my case. That's what I mean. So basically, when you put a hashtag like this one over here, it just means number or dial. That's what I see it as. Anyways, if you're not sure what exists yet, run this first to list classes on the page. So run this to see what exists. In this case, we're going to select all. And that's the universal selector. And then we're going to map it. Element, fat arrow function, element, class names. We're looking for class names. I'm going to filter it based on yes or no, and pick one of these real class names and inspect this. So I mean, I could use this right now just for practical purposes. We're gonna go ahead and press Control V, enter, and then H1. That's the only class. If we look at it right here, that's correct. We only have one class. As you can see, this is the attribute. That's how we know we have a class. This is the attribute value, which is H1. Let's go ahead and move along, guys. Okay, so phase 2, preview, building the header. So once your setup is complete, we'll build the top of the page exactly like your mockup. Announcement bar, now accepting funding tenants. Transparent header with logo and navigation. We're gonna have the go join the waitlist button, responsive mobile menu, sticky header with smooth scroll behavior. We'll write semantic HTML, modular size, and just enough JavaScript to keep it clean and maintainable. So complete phase 1. And if you run into any issues, paste the error or share your folder structure. Once it's working, we'll move straight into recreating the header. So let's recreate the header. Okay, let's recreate the header. Let's. Here we go, people. This is getting very interesting. 40 seconds, 0 clips. And we're going on to 2 hours. Okay, great. So perfect. The header is one of the most important parts of the site because it sets the tone. We'll build it as a reusable semantic HTML with the modular size. Okay, so it's gonna be semantic. So semantic HTML is basically any tag or element that has that's anything but a div. This is not semantic. Divs are not semantic. If it has the if it's anything other than a div, it's semantic. All right, that's my best explanation. And again, when I say something, I love double checking it with my user agent. So semantic Div is not semantic. Almost every other element or token or tag, element slash tag, is semantic. Well, yeah, I might be wrong, but you guys get the picture. Once you read this, you understand. You hit the nail on the head. That's exactly right. A div, short for division or divider, or container, is not a row container, by the way. And that's an amazing understanding for you to get. Div is not officially a row container. In order for us to make it a row container, we have to go into the SAS and and configure it to be, or set it up to be a flex box. All right, so we're gonna do flex box, and then we're gonna change that attribute flex box into row. You'll see what I mean. The property into row. So it's a complete non-semantic element. It has absolutely no inherent meanings to the browser, search engines, and screen readers. A div container is just an empty generic box used purely as a hook for styling SAS or CSS layout. So hooks are very important to understand. What's a hook? A hook has a very simple meaning, and we could use the etymology or the, you know, Western dictionary, whatever you call that, um, original definition, not the information technology information, or the developer definition. So it's a hook. What do you do with a hook? When you come home from a rainy day, what do you do with your raincoat or your umbrella? You hook it on a hook. So the hook could be unused, meaning that it doesn't have a raincoat hook to it, it doesn't have an umbrella hook to it. So that's what a div is a hook. It's empty. Now, how do you add the rain jacket, or how do you add the umbrella to the hook, or how do you place it? Well, you have to add on a class or an ID. That's one way, an attribute. In this case, we could add a class and call it rain jacket. Right? Then you go to the styles.css and you create your rain jacket, something like that. It's very but I know you guys understand. So it's just an empty generic box used purely as a hook for styling. There you go. So it's as a layout. So nearly every other structure tag in HTML carries specific meaning, semantic. Nearly. Telling the browser exactly what kind of content lives inside of it. Here is a quick look at how replacing non-semantic div with semantic tag transform the code. The non-semantic way, the div soup. The non-semantic way, the div soup. Okay. So before HTML5, developers had to use div tags for everything, relying entirely on class names to make sense of the structure. The hooks, right? So div class header, div class navlink, div class main content. So now we have a semantic tag called header. All right. And we also have a semantic tag or element called main. The semantic way, clean and meaningful. Modern HTML replaces those generic boxes with tags that explain exactly what they are. So the point of semantic elements, right? It's that you say, hey, browser, I'm a header element. Do whatever it is you have to do. You don't give the instructions. You just give them the element, and then the browser knows what to do with it. So modern HTML replaces those generic boxes with tags that explain exactly what they are. Now this is based on the Life Standards, a website you could go to. You just Google it. Google Life Standards, HTML. So header right? So this is header, okay, and then we put the okay. So this is the child element, and is nav. That's semantic. Then in the main content, we have a article, which is the blog post, and then the footer. Great. So that's how that worked. I don't think I'm gonna read everything. Yeah, I'm good with this, guys. So let's go ahead and move along. We're gonna go ahead and read right here. Perfect. The header is one of the most important parts of the site because it sets the tone. We'll build it as a reusable semantic HTML modular slash from your mockup. The header has two parts: announcement bar, logo, navigation, goes call to action button. Does it? Yeah, it does. If we look at the image over here, it has the announcement bar right here. This is the announcement bar, and then we have the nav bar. Okay, so we build those separately. So let's go. So replace the concept of index.html body with this. Keep the Vite script at the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and copy this. So inside the body, we're gonna create a unordered list with the nav menus. Okay, we're gonna give it an attribute class with the attribute value of nav links, and this is what we're gonna use. Basically, as of right now, it's a hook, and this is it's almost like the BEM system, which is the element block element modifier almost. So if I were to, oh wait a minute, there's a lot more to this. Yeah, I yeah. So we gotta go into the body and copy this whole stuff in here. What is this? I could preview this. Let me see. Okay, that's cool. All right, so so basically we're creating a header element with an attribute class and an attribute value of site header. So let me ask, as of right now, these are hooks because as of right now, these are hooks because we don't have a CSS rule for this class. For now, this is a hook. Proper grammar, people. Confuse them if you don't. If you make it plural, we're only talking about one hook, right? As of right now, this is a hook because we don't have a CSS rule for this class. Let me see what it says. Yes, exactly. Right now, that class function purely at that class functions purely as a hook because you haven't written any CSS rules for it yet. And it might be the root. I know there's a term that I used before for this. Okay, let's keep moving. This is the, yeah, like I said, the block. But this is definitely the wrapper class. So because you haven't ran any CSS rules for it yet, it does absolutely nothing visually in the browser. In web development, we use hooks in two primary ways. CSS hooks adding a class name like class site header to an HTML element ahead of time so that you have a specific target ready when you jump over to your SAS files to styles. Now, based on the standards, the living standards, HTML, well, HTML period. Based on HTML, you're not supposed to visualize the styles right now. You're just creating the skeleton, the shell, the backbone, the blueprint. And then when you create the woods, the skeleton of the house, then you start adding, you know, the bathroom, the living room, and the colors and the sofas and the kitchen hardware, stuff like that, you know. So as of right now, this is just the hook. What is the hook for? It's for site. It's the site header hook. What is it going to look like? We don't know. We don't care as of right now. Again, this is an attribute with the attribute value called site header. So the JavaScript hook, adding a class or AD so your JavaScript can find, select, and manipulate that element later, making the header sticky when you scroll. Exactly. So adding a class or ID so your JavaScript can find, select, and manipulate the element later, for example, making the header sticky when you scroll. You essentially prepped the canvas. Now you're ready to write the sass that hooks it that hooks it and brings it to life. So we're gonna copy this, put this in our body. Again, we can't get rid of the JavaScript part right here. So we have to keep that. So as of right now, we don't need this header and we don't need this div either. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste this over here. Control V, and now save it. And now if we look at what the page looks like now, it's gonna look like this. New accepting founding tenants. Okay, so it looks a little awkward. Let's close the DevTools. I don't want to run it right now. And this is the home page link, and the link should be right here. Join the waitlist. So it has two. Don't Dawn Divas. Let me see. Where's the Dawn Diva part? Wait, so we have two of them? Announcement. Oh, it's in the announcement bar. Okay, so we have one here. This is the announcement bar. This is where I believe the inspector is gonna help me out. We have two anchor links, right? We got this one. We got a third one here. Don Diva's executive suite. Okay, so this is the one I was thinking about. This anchor link here. So when I click this one here, it's gonna go to the logo. All right. At least that's what it's. Yeah, it's not gonna go to the logo. It's just, yeah, it's pointing to the logo, the source logo. But here we go with this nonsense. This is why. All right, so let's see. And it has another anchor link, join the waitlist, and it has two join the waitlist. So let's do a command for this one. And I believe I could do it myself by doing something like this, query selector. Yeah, I could just do this myself. Let me copy this, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and press F12, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste, right? And I'm gonna change this part right here to this by getting this selector by using this attribute, and I'm gonna paste it in here. In this case, it's supposed to start with a dot because it's not an element. and it has to have a hashtag because it's an ID. No, no, it's not. That's just saying home, go home. That's what that means. So let's do this again. I'm going to paste it in here, but let me just take this part right here. Control copy. Paste it right in here. Control V. Give it a dot. All right, so that's good. No spaces. All right, that's good. That's good. Good. And then when I get the other class over here. All right, so button primary. Control copy. Control V. And then let's run it and see what happens. Okay, great. So now inside the body, which is the complete. Yeah, we chose first the body, and here we have the header. Then in the header, we have the div class announcement, right? And then we got a nav bar. And then in here, we have the select. The button primary should be in here. Where's the button primary? Let me look at it from here. It's inside this div over here, or it's inside the nav. Where's the nav? Oh, it's in here. Here it is. Containers inside this container, and then we have the button primary. Here it is. So now that we've seen this, we can close the body part. Now, what I wanted to inspect was these two. So we got the first one, and then we got the second one. Oh, okay, so it's at the bottom. See, that's the whole point of the inspector, people. So you could find yourself around your page and make sure it exists and that, not make sure and know exactly where it's located. Right? Even though it's all the way at the bottom right here, it didn't make it that clear. Now you know by just hovering over it. See? Great. So let's go on ahead and move to the next section. And the next section should be here. Let me separate these two because this is getting a little interesting. So now that I did all this and it looks just like it's supposed to, like this, except it doesn't have like a line break over here. I wonder why. Let me look at the code again and make sure we're looking at the same code. Oh, it's a P. It's supposed to no. Suites. Let me see. Executive suites. Yeah, it's supposed to give it it's supposed to line break because it has it's P tag. It didn't break. Oh well. Why the P is not giving it a line break? No, it's working here though. Not on my actual page, so let's not worry about it too much. If we look at my actual page, everything is like together. Oh, I can ask him here. Why the P tag? Why are there no breaks? We're supposed to have like 2 breaks if you look at the. This is the first break. Here's the second break. So the second break is right after this link right here, Secular Suites. So right after here is supposed to be, right after here, supposed to have a break. This is the third. It's not. Why the I thought the P tag gives a break. I believe there should be 2 breaks. You're exactly right that the p tag automatically adds vertical space, right? So the vertical would be the y-axis, up and down margins above and below themselves by default in HTML. Margin is outside the box of the container. Padding is inside. So the p tag is supposed to give a space outside of the box. However, looking at your page, everything is stacking tightly together like a single list because of how the browser is rendering it. There are 2 main reasons why this happens. The elements are actually or list items. Looking at your page structure, the navigation links, home, about, suite, and etc. likely wrapped in standard anchor or list item tags inside the list. You will on order list by default, anchor tags are inline elements, meaning they sit right next to each other on the same line. If they are inside unordered list, the browser will stack them vertically, but it won't add the large paragraph-like space breaks between them unless you tell it to. A CSS is stripping the margins. If there are p tags and they aren't breaking, you likely have a CSS reset or global styles in your project. Common and modern, yes. These resets often strips away all default browser margins and paddings, exactly, so you can style things from scratch. Okay, so that's what it is. It's my style reset. That's what it is. My style reset. If you guys seen earlier, it completely took off the default browser rules and properties. See, margin is 0, 0, so that's why everything's 0. So he said it right here. If those p tags are if those are p tags, right, and they still aren't breaking, you likely have a CSS reset global style in your project comment. These resets often strip away all default browser margin and well, there you go. So let's go on to the next instruction. So build the announcement bar. So we're gonna create the inside the announcement bar. We're gonna copy this. So what is it doing here? We're gonna use the variable global variables. In this case, it's not called global variables. Excuse me. This is going into the variable SAS folder, and it's gonna get the variables, which are global variables. That's what I'm gonna call it for now. But we went over this earlier. Okay. So inside here, we're gonna create a class rule announcement. Well, we're creating it, or we're declaring it actually inside the SAS, or that CSS, whatever you want to call it, SAS. We're going to give it a background linear gradient, and this is basically going to give it a color that's going to switch between and at 90 degrees between these 3 colors. Okay, we're going to give the text color black, and if we look at our global variables, over here, then we look for that specific color black is color white. Oh, hmm. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we're replacing whatever's in there with this. Oh, great. Okay, cool. So wait a minute, but what is color black? This is not the global variables. You have to go to variables to look at them. This is where the variables are. So color white, that's what it's going to look like. So we're calling this from the variables .sas folder, right? And that's how we could use this here. If we want to change that black color, we go to here, and then everywhere this variable is used is gonna impact. It's gonna impact this variable just by changing it in one place. That's the whole point. Reusability. All right. Okay, so then we're gonna give it a padding. And this is the announcement that says, right? This is the styles for only the announcement bar. So we know what this is doing. So let's go ahead and copy all these rules. And we're gonna place it in the announce.sass. Right. So where's the announce.sass? So do we have to create it? Oh no, it's in layouts most likely. Yeah, it's right here. So Control V, and then we save it, and then it should look different. But let me make sure it's in the right place. Yes, it's in layout. Great. So here we are. Perfect. So let's go ahead and move along, guys. Move along. So now build the navigation bar, right? The header itself. So we're going to do the same. Again, it's just going into the variables, the global variables. We're going to create a navbar class. We're going to give it a background. We're going to give it a border bottom. The border bottom is going to consist of 1 pixel for the border. It's going to be solid. And this is the color, okay? I'm sure this is red, green, and blue. That means all the way to the max minus alpha. And then, yeah. So it's going to be dark. At 8%, I believe. And then we have the nav bar plus the container. We're going to add these. We're going to create these two rules. And we're going to give it display flex. And we're going to align the item center. Right? The nav bar inside the header container. And then we're going to justify the content to be spaced between. So you give it some space. Look at the height is 95 pixels. The y-axis. We're going to copy this. We're going to put this in the header.css. This is what it's going to look like. Okay. We're going to save it. Great. So let me see if I could explain this. Let me copy this. We are going to import /use the global variables, and we are going to create the class rule dot navbar and dot container and apply background color, border bottom, and make it flex while the items align center and with space between at a height of 95 pixels. Let's see if I got it right. I'm sure I'm close. Let's get the header style written inside here. No, I want you to tell me if I'm correct. No, I want you to verify if I correctly summarize what we are doing in the and well, I spelled this wrong. Why wouldn't it come out? Correct. Oh, current. If I correctly. If summarize with an S, you gotta make sure you know how to spell people. If you don't, then you're just gonna make a fool of yourself because people expect you to at least attempt to respect the English language, right? And not this is my second language, by the way, so that means that I take whatever I'm writing and I translate it from Spanish to English sometimes. Okay, so no, I want you to verify if I correctly summarize what we are doing, right? So let me see if you understand. Yes, you summarized. His summary is 100% correct and spot on. You accurately capture every single requirement. Here's the breakdown of how your summary perfectly matches the code we just wrote. Import, you're right. So we're going to import the global variables, the handle by use, right? At the very top, we're going to create the class rule nav and container done by creating the nav selector and nesting the container right inside of it. We're going to apply the background color, border bottom, handle by background color black, and the border bottom 1 pixel solid. Make it flex while the item align center and with space between. Handle perfectly inside the container reveal display flex, align item center, and justify content, and then at height of 90 pixels exactly matches the height inside. Your mental blueprint of the layout logic is completely flawless, ready to move on to the styling and navigation links of the next section. So I was flawless. Thank you very much. Again, guys, we're both learning here. I am aware of the syntax. I'm aware of the code structure, but this is not my 9 to 5. I'm a passionate web developer, full stack developer. I love to code. That's why I have a bachelor's degree in computer science. Maybe that helps. I was like, yeah, 20 years ago. 20 years ago. I'm old. So again, I gotta copy this and put this in my header.css. Let me make sure that's in there. Header.css, great. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into the logo size file. Where do I put this? Is there such thing as a logo? Let me see. Pages, home, abstract, global. Do I put this in the actual size? Where does this belong? Navigation. Why doesn't it have information as to where I'm supposed to put this? Do I put this like in here? Announcement bar? No. And the header that says? Yeah, that's where the logo goes, right? And that's where navigation goes, right? Where do I put the logo size and the navigation size? Where do I put the logo size and navigation size? I wonder why he did not put the location path like he did in hmm, wait a minute. He did. Okay. So this is announcement and then navigation, build a navigation, right? Okay, so like he did in step 3. I guess that's where it belongs. Let's see. You caught a classic tutorial oversight. Yes, your intuition is 100% correct. The previous steps should have explicitly labeled the path. Based on 7 through 1 SAS architecture, you're building those two blocks belong in these exact files. The navbar container rules, the block contain detailing navbar container belongs in the header SAS. Pro tip, because you're using SAS instead of writing out nav container on a new line, like plain, so you can nest it neatly inside your existing nav block, right? Yeah, but then nav wouldn't get the display flex property because you're using SAS instead of writing out, right? So it's just looking at one of them on a new line. Instead of writing out on a new line like plain CSS, you can nest it neatly inside your existing line. Oh, it's since okay, so that's the point. I could put it inside the nav class rule. I could put it inside the nav rule, and it still work without having to create a new rule that separates from the actual first nav rule to give it its own properties in the nav and container rule. Okay, I'm gonna skip that. So the logo rule, the logo style and block, right, belongs in your dedicated navbar component file. Why didn't it tell me that? Let me tell him. Let me copy this. I'm put in here and I'm gonna change it. Where do I put the logo size and navigation size? I wonder why you did not put the location path. Let me see. Good catch. You're thinking about it. You're thinking about this exactly the right area. I should have been more explicit about which file each SAS block belongs in. Since we're building this as a maintainable project, every piece of SAS should live in a specific partial. So here's how I organized it. Buttons only. We'll use this later for the mobile menu, and then announcement bar, announce that size, header logo, desktop navigation. So let's see. So location announcement. Okay, so we did this already. Put all the announcement bar styles in here. location. This file contains everything related to desktop header. So your header.size will look something like this. Okay, so basically that was correct. So if I look back up here, let's say I'm gonna copy this, right? He says something like this. That's not good. So let's go back up here. Right, so the header.css, that means keep copying this. So right after that, we copy this right here, right? And we put this in the header.css, and it's a new rule. Enter, and then this is just creating a class, and it's gonna affect the logo and the image. It's gonna give it a width and the display. Then we go to navigation, and it's gonna create a class rule, navigation links, the length, and it's gonna then give it a different rule. It's gonna give it different properties to the navigation links that are anchored. So we're gonna copy this, and we're gonna paste it right under. Okay. And then we're gonna go to hover line. This is the navigation links, and the after content position absolute, left 0, bottom 8 pixels, width 0, height 2 pixels, background color gold, and transition 3 seconds. So we're gonna copy it. We're gonna put it in here also. This needs to be explained. This one I understand. 95 RAM, root element. We're going to transform it to uppercase, letter spacing. Okay. Content is blank. And then we're going to put this one here. Let's paste it in here. Control V, so it should look similar to what is set over here. You should now have something that already resembles the mockup. Okay, let's see. Header logo, desktop navigation. So let's see. So it's supposed to resemble this over here. So if we look over here, yep, it's the same thing. Okay, perfect. So now the button.css, only button style belong here. So let's go ahead. Why I didn't use navbar.css? You probably noticed we created, but then I put the navbar navigation styles in the headers. That was inconsistent on my part. There are two good ways to organize it. Option A, recommended for this project. Keep everything related to the header together. This is what I recommend because the navigation only exists inside the header. So option B, separate them. So header.css and then components and nav.css. So where in the header, site header, in the navbar logo. Okay, I see. This makes sense if you're building a design system with an nav bars reused across multiple layers. What I recommend for the build. Let's keep it simple and professional. The layout and components. That way, every layout section has its own SAS file, while reusable user interface elements, buttons, cards, icons, lib, and components. One more suggestion, since you're learning and want to recreate this site from scratch, I can take this a step further and build it with an architecture similar to what you'll see in a professional agency. That means every HTML section, SAS file, and JavaScript module will have a clear purpose, making the project easier to scale and maintain. I think that approach will teach you much more than just recreating the page visually. It has to be, first of all, it has to be identical to the mockup. Mockup? How do you spell this? Oh, it's with a K. Let's see. To the mockup. First of all, it has to be identical to the mockup. And then we can apply and then we could apply the new approach. The new approach. I completely agree with that approach. In fact, I don't want to approximate the mockup. I want us to reverse engineer it. We'll build a pixel perfect recreation first, and only after it matches, we will refactor into reusable components. That's exactly how many agencies work. Match the approved design, refactor the code without changing the plans. So, new plan. Instead of jumping straight into code, we'll first analyze the markup like a UI designer. We'll identify the exact spacing. So reverse engineer the header. In your markup, I can already identify the structure. Measurements, announcement bars, navigation. The header is not blank. It sits on top of hero image. That's why it looks premium. Estimated width, not 260 like I suggested. Navigation, call to action button. Hero, the navigation overlaps the hero like this. Yeah. Container width, the content appears to be around. My proposal, instead of me guessing dimensions from this instrument, we can recreate it with much higher accuracy. We have a design reference. If this mockup came from Figma, we can extract precise, but if it only, we still get very close by measuring it visually, but some values will be estimated. How we'll build this? I suggest we work section by section and we don't move the next section up until the current one matches. For each section, we'll follow this work. Analyze the mockup, write the HTML, write the SAS. Preview, compare against the mockup. Adjust until it looks like that. Only then move on. That way, by the time we reach it, the footer, entire page will be a faithful recreation instead of a closing of it. One question before we can, do you have the original Figma or the screenshot, or is this the screenshot, the only design reference we have? Let me tell him that it comes from this page. Hopefully, let me first ask, let me ask my guy over here. Can I download the from here, based on the page you are viewing, no, you cannot download the original from here. You are currently inside the web builder, which is used for editing and publishing the live website. Website builders like this display the final code structure of the site rather than if you are working with a designer or template, you will need to ask them directly to share. No, I have to call her. As of right now, we only have, as of right now, we only have an image from and yeah, let's just keep it at that. That's actually okay. In some ways, it's better since we don't have the original design files. We're going to do what front-end developers call UI reconstruction. We'll reproduce the design by measuring it from the screenshot and matching it as closely as possible. This is common workflow when converting approved mockups into code. The same business site itself explains that the header establishes the brand, navigation, and call to action, but it doesn't provide the underlying design file. So we'll reconstruct the interface ourselves. Here's how I want to build this. I don't want to write code and hope it looks right. And instead, we'll inspect the mockup like a designer. First, let's stop thinking in terms of header. The mockup is actually made up of 3 independent sections. Even better, the screenshot you share still contains a browser Chrome tab. That means we can actually measure the design more accurately instead of estimating values like 95 pixels. What I propose, we'll reverse engineer the entire screenshot for each section. I'll provide a header, a container, padding. Okay, no guessing, no approximate. I also want to improve our workflow. It's going to be phase one, analyze header, build HTML. One thing I like to add as we recreate the site, I would also like us to keep a simple design spec MD file in the project. For example, every time we finish a section, we'll document its measurements. By the end of the project, we will have both a pixel perfect completion of the mockup, a professional design specification that makes future maintenance and updates much easier. I think this is the right balance between accuracy and maintainability. Once we've matched the mockup, we can refactor the code without changing the visual results. Okay, okay, so let's start. This is slowing down a bit. I'm gonna close this over there. Give it some more power. I got one here. This is still open. This is still working. Okay, so now, so what is it waiting for? Uh-oh, it froze. Okay, let's start. Perfect. From this point on, we're switching from coding a website to recreating a design. We're going to treat the screenshot as if it came from a designer. Our first milestone is to someone someone place our website next to the mockup and not be able to tell the difference. Well, We'll work top to bottom and won't move until each section matches. Step 1, create a design reference folder. Oh my god. Create the header HTML. Instead of coding everything at once, we'll use semantic HTML from the start. WNO, we serve contact. Oh, who we serve. Okay. So, all right. So let's go ahead and create these folders. Why isn't he giving me the specific make directory? You're not giving me the make directory. What's the syntax for make directory? He should have gave me that. It's just stupid. On Windows is make directory reference new item reference design spec.md. On Windows command line prompt. This is the PowerShell one. This is the one I want. But I'm gonna ask him why his ass is not doing. Oh, it's just all right. I'm not gonna overwork him. I'm gonna copy this and then put this in my Control C, Control V. All right. Let's see. And this is in my reference. Reference, where are you? There it is. And we have design spec. And now I gotta put this in here. Every time we finish the section, we document it. Okay. So inside here, we're gonna add this markdown information. So this is the heading, design specification. This is the subheading, announcement bar, a header, and hero. Basically, this is what we created here. Don's Diva design specification. And that's what it is. Now we're gonna create another one. And isn't there two of them? So we're gonna create this one now. Okay, so all I have to do is copy this part right here. So let me copy this part, new item, control copy. Let me see. It's not make directory. Okay, that's good. So I'm gonna go ahead and paste this, but I'm gonna give it the different name, which is homepage PNG. Where am I supposed to get this? Inside your project, create put the screenshot inside. This becomes our source of truth. Okay. So put the screenshot inside. Okay. So I have to go to this over here, close this. press F11, right? I think there was a full screen or preview. Yeah, I'm already in the preview. So just press F11 and then I'm gonna right click and copy. So Control Alt print screen. Then I'm gonna go to Paint, and then I'm going to paste it. So that's what we're working with. Let me see something. That's fine. And this is what view your site on all screens. No. Okay. Okay, great. So now I'm going to save this. Control save, and it's going to be called this area. Copy. Control Alt, Control V, and save. And this is supposed to be in my yeah, it's fine. KP text files is fine. Yeah, I'll save it right here. So now I could close this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and add a file to this, or open. No, let me right click. New file. Scrape. I thought there was a way to import. I gotta import it. Open file. Nope. I have to go to shoot. I should have never closed that. Let me go to over here. Let me go up and up, and then go into. Nope, this is in my program. KP dev. There you go. KP tuts. And all right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open this folder. Open Reveal and File Explorer. Go into Reference. And go. Go fetch the image. Where did I put this? Hold on a second. Oh, let's get toggle. Shouldn't be in there. Let me go back up. Actually, let me copy this. And then go in here and just paste it in here. Control V. And then just X this out. And then go to reference. And then open one here. And it should be in here. Now control copy. And then control V. And it should work now. So let's go back to, so here it is. Great. So now let's keep moving on. But first of all, let me pause this real quick. I'll be right back. See what the wife is doing. I have zero views. 2 hours. Oh, that's what that means. Yeah, it's been 2 hours. Hopefully, with no bugs. That's good. Okay, I'm back. All right, where we left off? We left off at the image, and we added the image. So now let's go back to our chat GPT. Where is it? Nope, that's not. Oh, shoot, look at that. Looks nice. Let me X this out. Wow. Let me look at the actual. Wow. That looks really nice. Let me X this out. Holy guacamole. That looks amazing. Um, though it has a border radius. Does it? Well, the button does. Join the waitlist. The Okay, let's just keep moving. It looks really good for now. Let's go to Chat GPT. He's doing pretty good, though. I could ask him why the button looks a little different, but that's fine. Let's keep it moving. So now put the screenshot inside. This becomes a source of truth. And I did this already. And this is coming from where? This is coming from the later CSS that I added. So now we're going to change step 3, create the header HTML instead of coding everything at once, we use semantic HTML. So I'm going to take this, and he wants me to change the HTML. This is why I shouldn't have viewed it, because I like it. And now we're changing it. So create all, control all and then V. And now let's see, control save, what it looks like now. Huh, let me F5. Nope, I have to rerun the server, control backtick, control C, and then run the, let's see what it looks like now. So F5. Oh wow, yeah, no CSS, okay. Let's see what's next. So notice the naming convention, navigation menu, announcement message, and button.go. These are all the classes, right? This follows the BEM, the block element modifier methodology, which makes styles easier to understand and maintain. So let's see. Again, I can target these by using the DevTools. So let me just create this here. Let's inspect in DevTools. To inspect these classes in the browser DevTools, right? So where is the command? Give me the command. This isn't DevTools, Ruby. I mean in DevTools. I mean the commands to run in DevTools. Console log. I guess I have to time specifically. Jesus. The console that log commands. Wow, he's making this okay. So this will print the exact color, font size, and letter tracking used for the top. No, I want to know if they exist. Jesus Christ. Let me open this. That's 12. Like this. I want to know if they exist. Like this. I want to inspect them slash to check if they exist like this. There you go. Here are the exact commands for the BM class we just set up. You can copy and paste this entire block into your dev tool command. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. So if I go over here, escape, let me press enter, and then V and enter. So we got this one. We got the button. We got the navigation. And we got the button. Okay, so if we look at the actual HTML, we got the header, the attributes, the value of site header. So he wants me to look at the navigation menu. Here it is. And the announcement message. Here it is. And the announcement button. Great. And this is the BEM standard. Okay, great. So step 4, don't style yet. This might sound strange, but don't write any CSS yet. Before we do, I want to inspect the mockup carefully. There are already several details we need to match exactly. The announcement bar uses a gold gradient, not a flat gold. The navigation is transparent and overlays the hero image. The logo appears to be around 167 to 175 pixels wide. Okay, that's fine. Let me move this out of the way. All right, so the navigation links have generous spacing and in plain uppercase style. The call to action button has a specific height, radius, and padding. If we start styling before identifying those details, we end up rewriting CSS later. So how we work from here, for every section, we follow the same process. So analyze the mockup, write the semantic HTML, and identify a visual detail. Write the semantic, write the SAS, compare it to the mockup, adjust until it matches. Document the final measurements and define spec.md. So basically, I'm gonna do all this. I'm gonna follow his instructions, but at the end of the day, I have to still vet it what he's telling me. So we're gonna write the SAS, then we're gonna compare it to the mockup, then we're gonna adjust until it matches them. Okay. And then we're going to document it. This gives us two value outputs: a pixel accurate website, professional design specification for future updates. Before we continue, I have one request that will make a huge difference in accuracy. Could you upload a full resolution screenshot of the homepage or an even larger version of how, or if you have it, the image you shared inside the chat is compressed. A higher resolution version will let me measure typography, space, button size. Let me see. So basically, I'm gonna press the plus button, and I'm gonna add a photo or a file, and I'm gonna go to that specific location where I added the image, right? So it's gonna be in here. So I'm in my progress execution folder. I'm gonna go ahead and hit up, and I'm gonna go to the KP dev file. Where's the KP? Now in here, and I'm gonna upload this one. Is this better? Is this one better? Yes, this is much better. This is a full 1920 1080 screen, which gives us enough detail to accurately measure spacing, proportion, and alignment. This is exactly the kind of reference we need. Here's how it will work from now on. I'm going to treat this image like a Figma design. For each section, I will measure proportions from the screenshot, determine the layout structure, Build the HTML, build the size, compare against the screenshot, refine until it matches. We won't move on until it's right. Header analysis from screenshot. Here's what I can already tell. Announcement bar full width, approximately 66 pixels tall, gold background, center text, black call to action button aligned to the right, no shadows. Navigation, approximately 80 to 90 pixels tall, transparent background, position on top of the hero, no bottom border, vertically centered. So container, the content does not stretch edge to edge. It appears to use something close to max width 1780, padding align. This is wider than typical 1200 and 1280 container because the logo and call to action button sit much closer to the screen edge. Okay, so number 4. Okay, so basically what is he saying here? Where are we looking? Where's this container? The contents is not stretched. What does he mean by this? And where's the container? Control copy. What does he means by this? And is this is the container a dot container or the body or root element, root HTML? Let's see what he tells me. When they say that the contents is not stretched edge to edge, they mean that the element inside the header, logo, links, and the button don't press up against the extreme left and right side of your monitor. Instead, they are contained within an invisible vertical boundary that keeps them centered and aligned. To answer your second question, it is a container class, not the body or the HTML root. Here is exactly why we use that container. Okay, so element instead of is the element. Let me look for container. If you notice, the gold announcement bar background and the black nav bar background do stretch all the way from the left edge of the screen to the right. If you applied a max width body, the background would get cut off, leaving ugly empty space. It's gonna bleed by wrapping only the inner contents in the class. Okay, so you let the background color stretch infinitely while keeping the text and button perfectly aligned in the middle. So let me look for this. Control find, Control V. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we are talking about the actual container, and this is within the nav bar. So yeah, it's talking about the nav bar, that's for sure. And yeah, inside this the nav bar. Yeah, exactly. So we're talking about this part right here. This is the nav bar. No, this is the nav bar. Right? Is it? Well, yeah, and then it has this over here. So or it has, okay, so yeah, it has multiple. It's using it in different places. Okay. All right, so let's keep moving. Though, yeah, let me see how many places we have. Let me ask you this. Why do we have container in 2 places? Let me see. Why we have it in 2 places? You have spotted really important details. Seeing the same join the wait list twice in this block can look like redundant code at first glance, but there are two very strategic reasons why it's written this way. They serve two different purposes. Even though they say the exact same thing, they exist in two entirely different visual sections of the screen. The announcement bar. This is part of a temporary high visibility banner at the very top. Let's see. Okay, I see what's going on. Oh, so we're using the BEM. That's fine. If you decide to hide or delete the announcement bar later, for example, after all the suites are released, this button will disappear with it. The nav bar button goal, this sits inside your main navigation bar. This is your permanent primary call to action. It will stay pinned in the header across every single page of your website, even when the announcement bar is long gone. So responsive layout and mobile design, having both buttons in HTML give you the flexibility to show or hide them depending on the screen size on the desktop and mobile. Okay, by coding them as two separate elements in your HTML, you get yourself total control over. And this is where, and this is where the BEM come into play. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Bingo! You hit it. You hit the nail on the head. This is exactly where block element modifier saves the day. If we didn't use BEM and just styled a generic button class, both of those join the waitlist button would look identical. So is there two of them? Join the wait. Yeah, there are two of them. Okay. Look at that, having the same size and sit in the exact same spot. But by using BEM, we can treat them as independent pieces with their own distinctive rules. The block button, right? This defines an absolute baseline of what a button is on your site. For example, text alignment, font weight, cursor points, and transition effects. So we have this button. So let me look for button in here. See what we're talking about. Control find BUTTON. Right. Okay. All right. So again, we have announcement button and we have this one. Okay. The modifier is gold. The double hyphen tells SAS this is a special variation of these buttons. This is where we apply specific online luxury look for the nav bar version. So we're gonna go into the button gold class, which is the modifier, and we're going to give it a specific border, background color, a border radius, a padding, and a height. I don't think that needs a border radius, but let's keep moving with the hover effect. And then the standalone element, which is the announcement button, the double underscore tells SAS this button is a component that only lives inside the announcement bar block. It has a completely separate visual style, solid black background, smaller pattern, different height, tailored purely for the top banner. So because the BAM, your HTML can have two buttons right next to each other in the code, but your size stays perfectly organized without any styles accidentally leaking into each other. Great. So that's something that I will keep verifying. So in SAS, this is what we're going to add eventually, I believe. This is a wider limit. So basically the contents does not stretch edge to edge. It appears to use something close to. This is mass width and padding. Okay, so the logo is composed of gold icon on the left, text logo on the right, estimate size 90 and 340. So the navigation, the links are evenly placed, home, about, and all that good stuff. The active home link is gold. Okay, great. Right, so if we look at this, the home is gold. Great. which is active. That's why it's gold. Otherwise, others are white. Okay, great. So the join the waitlist button is approximately 220 pixels by 58 pixels. Okay. And with 2 pixels gold border, black background, 8 pixels border radius. Okay. So one change I like to make, instead of hard coding everything into index.html, I like to organize the project like a professional agency while keeping the visual results identical. Okay, so for example, okay, even though the final page looks exactly the same, this makes the project much easier to maintain as it grows. I also want to use modern SaaS. So one change I like to make. Okay, so he's explaining. He hasn't given me the code yet. I also want to use modern CSS instead of relying heavily on Flexbox. I like to use CSS Grid where it makes sense. For example, the header layout naturally fits 3-column grid, so we're going to use logo, navigation, and call to action. Okay. This keeps the navigation perfectly centered, regardless of the logo or button width. So before we write more code, I like to make one improvement to our workflow rather than sending a snippet HTML and SAS in chat. I can generate the project files by the project file by file exactly as it should exist in VS Code. So each response will focus on one complete file. So index is going to be in the source folder, header, hero. Each response will focus on one complete file with its full contents. That way you can simply copy, paste, and save it, and we'll build the project exactly as a professional developer would. I think this will be much less confusing than jumping between. Okay, let's do it. Excellent. This is going to be a real front-end project. I'll act as the lead developer and we'll build it the way professional agency would. So from now on, we create the markup exactly. We don't improve the design until it matches the screenshot. Every file has one response, but every section must match before moving on. So the project architect, let's simplify the structure while we're recreating the design. We can refactor later. So notice we are not creating 50 files yet. We'll keep the structure clean and expand only when needed. So yeah, we have all this right here. Don Diva's index. Hmm, that's funny. He had index inside source. Oh no. Yeah. So now it looks different. Notice we're not okay. Sprint one. Our goal is only this part of the page. It's nothing else. So file one index HTML. Replace everything inside the body. Okay, so we're gonna replace everything inside the body except the script. Notice how clean this is. No unnecessary wrappers. We always add them later if we need them. So no wrappers at the moment. All right, so let's do that. I copied it, right? This is inside the body. Why are we doing this again? Yeah, and then I got rid of the rest of the folder. This isn't good. Then, so que ya dije, que estábamos, que me iba a desaparecer. Estaba muy flaco. Yo le dije que yo pare de comer 3 veces al día. Yo me estaba comiendo 1 vez al día porque es una dieta que yo quiero. Que yo quiero mantener, pero no, porque tú sabes que si es por ella, la única comida que yo como la de ella, es por ella, pero yo tengo una esposa en mi casa y la esposa son las que cocina. Me gusta una esposa tradicional, no quiero una esposa moderna que no hace nada. ¿Tú estás haciendo habichuela? Ah, pues entonces esa habichuela bota, yo no me la voy a comer, no me gusta ver pajita ni comida. Nunca he usado eso. Yo no sé. No, tú haz lo que tú quieras, pero no le dejes, no quiero ver esas pajitas. Mm, Me da como vaina. There's something wrong. Oh man, this is incomplete. It's missing the preprocessor, the doc type, and other tags. Yeah, this is incomplete. So let me go ahead and control alt, control V. Great. Now it's the way it's supposed to look, right? Wait, but let me make sure that I'm following his steps. So I'm gonna take the header bar. I'm going to take this in here. You set to copy this in the and paste this in here. So now we are doing exactly what ChatGPT is doing, even though what my Gemini friend gave me here is correct. We're gonna go ahead and follow what ChatGPT is giving us, so we can start on a clean slate. All right. I'm gonna control save. So basically, the body we got the header with an attribute, with a class attribute with the value of site header. We got another one with an announcement, a class of a section with a section called announcement. With an announcement section, we have a div with the container div class. We have a paragraph that has strong, meaning, it's telling the browser, hey, pay attention to this element. And then within that, the p tag, we have some text. Then we have in here an anchor tag, and this anchor tag is basically pointing to the home landing page, the home page. It says join the waitlist. This is just for placeholder. Then we have, this is all within a section, and this section is the announcement section. And the announcement section is most likely this right here. This is the announcement section, right? Yeah. Be among the first professionals. Yeah. That's the announcement section. And then after that, we have the navigation, and then we have a navigation element. We have a container div. We have an anchor with the logo, and that points to the home page with the image. And that's this over here, the logo. And right after that, we have the menu, which is the unordered list with the list items of home, about, suite, and all that good stuff, right? And this is within the navigation element. Okay, and that's it. And then we have main. Now the main, I did like the comments that he put here for the main. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this right here and just for practical purposes, copy. Matter of fact, I'm gonna copy everything that he put here, right? Yeah, the same thing. Control copy, yeah. It's the same thing. This is harmless. Control V. So control save. Yeah, I don't have Prettier installed, so I could install it. I'll install it later. Your main page section, hero, about, suites, etc. will go in here. Yeah. So let's go. So the new file, we'll create them one at a time. Announcement, header, and these are all the SAS files, okay? So one more thing, this will make the site match much better. I've noticed something important from your screenshot. The logo isn't just an image. It's made up of a square gold icon on the left, a separate text logo on the right, a square, oh yeah, that's true. I recommend splitting it into two files, the logo icon PNG and the logo text.png. Okay, so then our HTML becomes, so this gives us independent control of the icon text, making it much easier to match the markup across different screen sizes. So basically, this code, I'm gonna look for the logo anchor. I'm gonna look for the logo anchor element. Control find logo anchor element. So now within the logo anchor element, we have the class logo anchor. So basically the class logo text. So basically this is going to replace, or shoot. So let's spend 15-20 minutes preparing the assets before we write any CSS. So I mean, we did write logo icon. So let me see. We should extract logo icon, logo text, hero background, crown logo, the 9 professional icons. What is it? Es el pollo. Oh, buenísimo. Esa mujer me ama a mí. Diantre. Let's spend 15 to 20 minutes preparing the assets before we write CSS. All right. Let me ask him this. Where should I put this? Wait. Read this section. And tell me if I should replace the logo anchor tag, the logo, the dot logo, replace the, no, let me just tell me this. Replace what's inside the dot logo anchor element. Read this section and tell me if I should replace what's inside the logo anchor element with the new code or just add it. Let's see what he does here. Could be quite complex. You should replace this to a single image tag that is currently inside your logo link with the two new image elements. Do not just add them on top of the old one, or you will end up rendering 3 images inside your logo areas. Here's exactly how you upload the nav section should look after the replacement. So yeah, I'm supposed to replace it. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to replace this, what's inside here, right? Image and image. So basically just take what's in here and add it and add 2 new images like this. Control save. I think I'm gonna tell him to add prettier. Add prettier. Set up prettier, please. Set up prettier, please. I'll set up prettier end-to-end for this project. Install it at config.ignore files and npm scripts, and then verify formatting works. I'm checking current project config first so I can add prettier without clobbering any existing scripts or settings. I found a clean Vite setup with no existing prettier files. So eventually I'll install prettier and wire scripts into the package.json. So I'm gonna click allow. He's gonna wire in package.json. He's gonna create the prettier JSON, I believe. So I'm updating the npm scripts. Yeah. So you can run formatting and check formatting from the command line immediately. Okay. Package.json has been updated. I'm updating npm scripts. I'm checking for existing workspace editor settings before editing prettier on save default. We're gonna allow this. We're gonna create a settings that, well, we're gonna update settings.json. Allow this. This is a VS Code. Settings.json. You gave warnings. Prettier is now set up in your project. Installed Prettier as step dependencies. Added format scripts. Format Prettier. All that good stuff. Added Prettier rules. Added ignore patterns. Added workspace VS Code settings. Run npm run format check. Command worked correctly and reported formatting issues in 10 files. So setup is function. If you want, I can run npm run format next to all things. So just keep it. Isn't it like control save? Wait, so I would have to run this command here. So what are we ignoring here? Let me see. We're ignoring HTML, or the index.html. No, we're not. We're ignoring distribution, the build, the coverage, invite, and the package lock, and the node modules. Okay. So let's go to index.html. What does he say to run? Okay. So this is what. Oh, he ran it already. All right, I'm fine. This is what I wanted. Let's go. So now we have in the logo on anchor tag or element, we have two images. The first one is called class logo icon. The next one is called logo text image element. Okay, great. So let's go on to the next. So let's spend 15 to 20 minutes preparing the asset before we write any CSS. We should extract the logo icon, the logo text, the hero background, the crown logo. Okay, so once those assets are in place, the coding will go much faster and the results will be much closer to the markup because we won't be fighting placeholder graphics. I think that investment up front will save us a lot of time later. Okay, let's start. Okay, let's see what he says here. Excellent. This is exactly what user interface and user I forgot what UX means. Experience. Okay. So excellent. This is exactly what user interface and user experience teams would do before writing a single line of CSS. The quality of the final website depends heavily on the quality of the assets. Asset preparation sprints will create an organized asset library so everything is ready below before development. So create this folder structure. So we're gonna go to assets and then image. We want these files. This is the logo exactly as it appears in the header. We'll use this first. So he has to remember, he's telling me to do all this, but he's not telling me how to replace it. So now I have to use my brain power. Okay, so step one, branding assets. Inside, let me see. Assets, we're going to add branding. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tell him to recreate this again. Right here. Images. Yeah, but now he changed it because now he changed it. So now I'm gonna have to like start from the top. I'm gonna tell him to replace whatever's in the source file with this. Access an icon and fonts. Replace this the source folder with this. Let me see what he's gonna do. He's checking if it exists. Then he's gonna remove the items with the SQL command or script. Allow. Great. Yeah, but images, source assets, branding. Images. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let me look what's going on in here. Branding. Images. We have branding. Uh-oh, there's branding. Branding, hero, about, gallery, and background. Branding. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hero, gallery, branding, backgrounds, about. Hero, branding, gallery, backgrounds, about. Okay, great. So inside the branding, we want these files. Where am I gonna get these files? This is the logo exactly as it appears in the header. Where do I get these files? Let me see. Where do I get these files? Because I don't have the source files. The source files slash folder images. Should I copy? I believe. Let me get this first and show them what I have. Let me exit. Exit. How do I and go get out of preview mode? Shoot, log me out. Log in. Go to builder or documents. Hey. Oh, mail, IEN, and formation. Other, let me click on other. Nope, all files. Mail, EN, formation. Let me see. Okay, this is nothing. Okay. So let me go to the builder, web tools. Web builder. Oh, the logo. Oh, shoot. Now let me go back. Let me look at this. No, I'm not creating this. Let me go back. Go to website builder. I did see the logo. Edit website. I think I have to click CMS over here, Media Manager, and then here's the logo. How do I download it? Sort image. Okay. Import new. Images. How do I download this image? There you go. F11. Can I? Okay. Save image as. And then I'm going to save this in my KP dev folder. Tut right here. Save. Okay. X this out. Uh-oh. X this out. Then let me see. Okay, so I could check this out. Let me see, and I'm gonna click here, and I'm going to right click it. I'm going to save image as PNG. Let me see, save. So once I give him this, he's gonna probably make a whole different form of instructions. Yeah, this is not gonna be fun. Where do I get the file? Because I don't have the source file folder images logo. I do have this. I do have this. This one and then this one. And then open. Here we go. Hopefully I don't have to restart this whole process again like he's been doing. Upgrade. What is this on? That's overlay button. Perfect. This changes everything. The second image you uploaded is much better than the first one because a full page screenshot. And you also have the original logo. That's enough for us to build a very accurate version. Since you don't have the source file, that's completely normal. We're going to create our own assets. Think of this project as rebuilding a website from screenshots. Okay, great. So install your project, create source, branding, and then UI. Great. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we replaced one of the folders. What folder did we replace now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess the UI. Use the logo you already have. The image you uploaded should become. This will be our header logo for now. We do not need to split it yet. Hero background. Look at the screenshot. The hero background is basically this. All right, so now branding hero. Let's see what I put in branding. Nothing. So basically, about background, branding, and gallery. About no background. Okay, so background is being changed for UI, and then icons. Two, this is going to be called UI, I believe. No, that can't be capitalized. It says UI. Branding, hero, about, gallery, and then UI, and then icons. Great. So now use the logo you already have. The image you uploaded should become image branding logo for page. Okay, that will be our header. Okay, good. So we're gonna go to branding, and we're going to open a file. See, but if I press this, it's gonna create a new file. So it's not what I want. So I'm gonna go to file, open file, and I'm gonna go to, we go here, go up, and the image you uploaded should become logo full page. So let me go ahead and do this. Control copy. Let me rename this. Two, Control Alt, Control V. That. Oh shit. No. Let me copy this. Let me Control V. Let me X this out. Let me copy the name once more. I'm gonna go to my folder. And I'm gonna shoot. It's gonna say that it might get. All right. Let me save it. And let me open and see what it looks like. So everything's good. Okay, good. So this is gonna go into my main folder, into the folder that I'm working in, and it's gonna go. Let me see. Deep on Divas. It's gonna go in my source file, assets, and where should it go again? And branding, images, and then branding. Control V. Oh, it's this one. Control copy. Control V. We're getting that in. Let's check to see it's in there. Great. Let's look at it. It works perfect. So now, let me X this out. Okay. So now, So look at the screenshot, right? The hero background is basically this. Let's look at the screenshot. Matter of fact, yeah, let's look at the screenshot. It's large logo hallway image. Whatever that means. The hallway is just a luxury salon hallway, office. Okay, this is a hallway. And then large image. Since we don't know, let me look at it. Let me look at the new one because it might be different now. And let me control plus. Like that, I can look at it up down, but here's the funny part. It doesn't have a. Okay, now I can do it. So basically, I'm looking at the hero section of this, right? Like, let's just make sure F11. Shoot. What the hell? Alright, that's fine. So basically, this is perfect. Alright, good. Okay. Since we don't have the original image, we have two choices. Option one, recommended. Use an AI image generator to create a very similar hallway. Advantage, okay, resolution, no watermark. Looks almost identical, better quality than cropping. Crop the hallway from the screenshot. I don't recommend this because blurry and all that good stuff. So step 4, about image, same thing. The share image should become. So where's the chair image? Oh, that's the chair image. Will generate or find a very similar luxury salon. Okay, step 5. Don't extract these. Instead, we'll recreate them using SVG icons. These are much cleaner. For example, the hairstyle comes from photo 4 icons or lucid or instead of the screenshots. So okay, so here's what I would do. If we're building this perfect, I would replace every photo in the mockup with high quality, royalty-free or AI generated images that match the same luxury aesthetics. The final site will look virtually identical, but would be sharper and legally safer to use. So, for example, our asset, new luxury hallway image. New SVG. So the layout, color, pirate space, and branding will stay. So here's an idea that will save hours. So we're using AI to help build the site. I can also help you generate matching luxury instead of, yeah, there you go. For example, we can generate, there you go. This is nice. Let's do that. In the styles and lighting. That would be amazing. Since we're already using AI to help build the site, I can also help you generate matching luxury images instead of hunting around the web. For example, we can generate luxury salon, hallway, barber, station, reception area, last studio, nail suites, beauty, treatment room, or tattoo suites, all in the same style and lighting. That will make the entire website look cohesive and we won't have to worry about inconsistent stock photos or copyright issue. I think that's the fastest and clearest path to a professional resource. Yes, let's do it. Yes, let's do it. Okay, here we go. Awesome. This is going to be a fun part. Since we're recreating them, I want to build it like it was designed by the lecturer. That means every image will have the same move, same lighting. So we'll create an entire isolate before we continue code. So we got images, we got the hero, we got the about, we got the gallery, we got the reception, we got the amenities. So hero image. Prompt. This is the first image we'll create. Prompt. Luxury saloon suite hallway. Modern executive beauty suite. Mantle or black walls. Black marble flooring. Warm recessed ceilings lighting. Gold. Okay. Ultra. Okay. Save it as. Okay, so let's do this. So let's see what he says here at the bottom. Well, these are all the prompts. What I recommend next, since we're aiming, I recommend that we generate these images ourselves rather than that way every image will share the same. We won't have to worry about licensing the site. We'll have a consistent luxury feel from top. We'll generate them one at a time, starting with the hero hallway because that's the visual content piece of the homepage. Once we have the images, we'll begin coding the hero section. Okay, so let's go. Message limit reached. What? Are you fucking shitting me, bro? With attachment calls, use your message with instant until 1:42 p.m. Upgrade to keep working with files and images. Here or start a new chat to continue with the lower quality model. How do we upgrade? I have to upgrade the biatch. Wow, that's crazy. This motherfucker got me there, boy. All right, guys, so asking me to upgrade. I'm gonna go ahead and start doing something else with this, even though it's so much interesting. Let me go ahead and get rid of my camera for now. But I'm gonna stop recording. I'll see you guys later. Once I figure out what I'm gonna do. Wow, that's crazy. All right, guys, let's go ahead and start. Start streaming. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Okay, I know Twitch is connected, that's for sure. Now let's connect YouTube. Usually I like to go to the website first. And let me put this over here for now. I'm not sure where to put this. Not there. Oh, not there either. Uh, I'll just put it down here or something. Douchebag.
Alright, so let's go to YouTube over here. So we could start streaming. Go to my account, click here, plus sign, and then go live. Now I have to press the go live button. This end over here. Here should be working again. So I usually wait for the halls of nerves, for the infinite halls of nerves. There you go. So next. Okay, so this is what I'm working on right now, guys. It's working. So what I'm working on is this project over here. So a friend of mine, a coworker of mine, wants me to build this website for her. But this is a mock-up. So I was hoping that this would be like a theme, a template, you know? So I was hoping I would go to like over here, theme forms. Let me maximize. Go here to find that specific theme. A WordPress theme, a template of some sort, but that was not the case. I'm very sure that if I were to search in an in-depth search, not periodically, I would say like search on a long basis, like just take my time searching, I would most likely find one that's similar. But for some reason, I don't want to search for a theme when I could build it from scratch, and that's what I'm looking forward to do. And with the help of ChatGPT, I think it's possible. So first and foremost, he already gave me all the ins and outs, and it looks like a match. And I know how to I know how to work with in this case with the server to build a scaffold. In this case, we're going to use byte to build a scaffold. So he says here, look at your mockup. There's nothing that requires unlimited. Everything can be built with HTML5, SAS, modern JavaScript. Like Git for version control and VS Code. This approach gives you faster page load time, cleaner code, better maintainability, easier customization, or dependency on element. So that's what we're going to do. So here's what we're going to do. The announcement box first, and the header, then the hero. I'm sure if it has an announcement box. I believe it's up here.
Mira la website que la estoy haciendo a la supervisora.
So, should be dependency. There's nothing that requires everything can be built with.
Míralo aquí. Mira, man. La website. Ella me dio una imagen y yo la estoy haciendo china china. Oh.
SAS, modern JavaScript. Like Git for version control and VS Code. This approach gives you faster page load time, cleaner code, better maintainability, easier customization, or dependency on elements. So that's what we're going to do. So here's what we're going to do. The announcement bar first, and the header, then the hero. I'm not sure if it has an announcement bar. I believe it's up here. Yeah, this is the announcement bar, and then this is the header. So basically, and then the hero, which is this section over here. This is the hero right here. The landing section. The founding professional icons. This is very important. I want to be able to build this as exact as possible. and then the about page, and this is the about page, and this is a single page layout, so it doesn't have like the about page isn't in the menu, in the nav menu. In this case, this is the landing page. That's what this is. And then the luxury suite. All right, this must be the luxury suite over here, around here, right? Amenities. I'm not sure what's the amenities part, but it has to be one of these over here. It has to be in this section. So, and then the gallery, and this must be the gallery here, or here. One of these. This looks like a gallery. So it has multiple images, no? Again, as we move forward, we'll figure it out. Who we serve, waitlist, call to action button. Yeah, this is a waitlist over here. Contact and then footer. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and figure this out. And then he has the project structure. This is the scaffold, hopefully. So we got the picture, right? So the design, well, these are the colors. And I believe he's gonna make it into a custom property or global fonts or colors. Global colors, and this is the global font. Well, at least in the headings, and then the body's buttons. The buttons, we create one reusable button class. All right. And this is obviously a button class, and we're gonna call this button to HTML, the button with the BTN class. And then the components will build reusable components instead of duplicating codes, the button, the navigation, card, section, all that good stuff. And instead of icons, fonts, we use optimized SVG files.
As of right now, I'm building
Animation,
it from
smooth
scratch.
pace, faded,
Without the
navigation,
source
button
files,
lift
it's just
on
gonna
hover,
be a
card
lot more
lifting slightly,
complicated
scroll
to
view
build
effects.
this website for you.
And as a responsive design, it's going to be mobile first. Breakpoints is 320, 576, and this is the typical breaking points. And the features is sticky navigation, mobile, hamburger, menus, and scroll. All right, so okay, so let's go ahead and start. I'm gonna go ahead and just press enter so we can start. Okay, so perfect. We'll build this like a real front end project, not just a collection of HTML files. By the end, you'll have a professional code base you can deploy anyway. So source file, the logo, icon. You got it? Small project setup. Create the project. Open your terminal and VS Code and run this. So I have to create a new window, I believe. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to choose project name, Don Divas, all right, and that framework is vanilla, the variant is JavaScript. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to copy this. This is the bash, the command. We're going to open a new window. We're going to maximize here, file, new window, and then we're going to close this one. All right, open this one. We're going to go ahead and press. You see, this is the problem with this. Excuse me. If I were to, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem because I already know how path location works. So control backtick. Then I want this to be in my program files. So let's go to my program files. Change. Yeah, that's where I want it. So I'm gonna go ahead and back this up, and I'm gonna change my location to here. But the problem is, are these two in the same place? See, that's the problem. So let's not go ahead of ourselves. I believe I could do this in a different way, but I'm not going ahead of myself. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it right where it is. So let's go back. So I think it's back. It's just a dot that I have to press. Let me see a dot and then backslash. Let me see. Oh no, CD change. Take a C and then dot and then backslash. Let me just copy this over. So copy, and then I'm gonna just go back, CD, print, backslash over here, and then enter. Okay, so now I'm in my normal, user KP dev, right? You know what? I'm gonna exit. I'm just gonna open a new window. I'm not gonna mess around with that. Then I'm close this one. Okay, so now we can go ahead and press Control back there. And now we're back to where we're supposed to be. Yeah, it's the same place. So now we're gonna create these folders. I'm gonna copy this right. Because there's a different way for me to do this. I mean, I could just go here to mine and then go over here and press new folder, right? And let's say I call this demo 55, right? And press enter. And then if I were to open my CMD, right? CMD. And then I would, let me show you guys. This is another way of doing it. And then I would go in here and copy this path to the change. Control V. Like this, and then I would press just the dot. It would enter, let me see, dot code, I believe, or dot. Wait, there's a way to do this. Let me see. How to open a folder in VS Code with dot. Let me see. So basically, to open a folder in Visual Studio Code using the dot command, you need to use your operating system terminal command. The previous symbol acts as a shorthand that tells the computer you want to target the current working directory. Exactly. Oh, it's code and then dot. Okay. So I was close. So it's COD and then dot. Is there a space? Yeah. And dot. And then it would open VS Code and it would be in the correct directory. See? So that's what I'm thinking of doing, because so now if we maximize, we press Control backtick. Trust the folder and continue. Yes. Now now they're matching. Right? I'm inside the demo 55. So that's what I'm hoping for. So let me double check this with chat GPT and make sure that that's what it's doing. So we're gonna make a directory called John's Diva. Then we're going to change directory, basically go to that location, go to that folder, and then we're gonna create the Vite. We're gonna create the Vite server. Initialize it, declare it, and create it. Okay. But let's see what happens if we do this like this. So let's follow this step and see which one works best. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this, and I'm gonna work on my current ones open. So it's just this one. Okay. So again, my thing is I don't want to create it in here in KP dev. So let me right click it and open. Oh, see. Yeah, you see, so it has all these different folders in here which I don't use, which I usually don't go to. That's why I don't want to create it there. So let me look at it from Windows Explorer. Let me press Windows and then need to open the Windows Explorer. And let me look into the, see, when you click here, there's no user. I would have to click one of these and then somehow go to the user location or path location. So let's click, let's say music. And now let's click here, see? It just doesn't make things easy. You would have to like click here somewhere and then eventually get rid of all this stuff here and then go to that folder. See what I mean? So let's look at this real quick. See, that's where the trouble lies. Again, just for practical purposes, I'm gonna leave it right in there and I'm just gonna run this fast. That's it. It's not worried too much more. I'm gonna go ahead and press Control V and then enter. Wait, I don't think these lines get on here. Or do they? Oh, let's see. All right, press enter. And it's created. Great. So now here's the problem. You see? There's nothing here. All right, we're gonna click on vanilla and close this. Press I can go either up or down. I'll click vanilla. That's what he tells me here. Right. So project name, right? Don Divas. It didn't even ask for the project. So this is inside length and then name. Developer mode, I believe. So if I click on this window, see, this is where it gets a little. Let's finish here. I'm gonna press enter, and then it's gonna be type JavaScript. That's what it says here, right? Vanilla JavaScript. Press enter, and install with npm. And start now. Well, I mean, npm should be installed. Then install the dependencies. Okay, let me say yes. So he's creating the scaffold. Hopefully. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. This is where it says that these are warnings. It says here function matching cost a stack trace.
Nada.
Module not found. Okay. Yeah, wrote down. Sometimes it comes with a glitch, so we have to the word I'm not sure if it's downgrade. It's more like just go to the long-term support. So we gotta download the LTS version, not the most recent. The most recent has a bug, therefore we're gonna go from like, let's say Vite 8.0 to Vite 7.0. Which is the LTS version. So could fix that. Let's see what's going on this side. Nothing. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is these are warnings. Installing dependencies. I'm gonna tell him to fix this because there's a problem. This is the error. New error cannot find native build binding. npm has revert related to optional dependencies. Please try npm I again after removing both package lock.json and module directory. So I'm gonna press Control Alt print screen. Now I'm gonna open my guide so you can help. Control V and then error. And he'll fix this. I could put it in ChatGPT, but he's not gonna go into my VS Code and fix it like my Git Copilot will. You're hitting device startup error caused by broken optional dependency install, and I'll fix it by cleaning the project install and reinstalling dependencies in the terminal. First of all, I need to see my OBS. Okay, oh, there's one viewer here. Usually it's people that are selling me like a scam, right? That's what this is usually. Who's the viewer? Third party events, your events. I don't know who's this viewer. It says one viewer here, and I wonder who it is. I got 3 followers. And I do not see the viewer. Oh well, I guess I'll figure this out. Whoa. Okay guys, I know this is taking more time than what I should, but let me click this out and see who's the viewer. So Lyra Marlin. I don't see who's viewing me. Whatever's the case, let me just get myself one viewer. Maybe it's me. Okay. Alright, so okay, so it says here you're hitting the okay. So this is the error. You're hitting device startup error caused by a broken optional dependency install. And I'll fix it by cleaning the project install and reinstalling dependencies in the terminal. I am running a quick repair sequence now. I'm first confirming the project folder and lock files so we can apply the minimum cleaning instead of reinstalling everything. So I'm gonna press allow. So basically this is SQL syntax. So I confirm the project consistent has a partial install. Next, I am removing node modules plus lock files and installing clean to resolve the roll up native binding issue. Again, he's removing item, which is node modules, and he's removing package lock.json, and he's removing the npm install. No, and then he's installing. That's the next npm install. I'm pressing a lot. That's SQL syntax, and it's good to understand the SQL syntax. So then, if you want to be a full stack developer, I suggest you start by learning those 4 languages: CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and SQL. So I'm gonna click allow. We're gonna run the dev server. In this case is right. So he says the mixing module is specifically roll down binding. So I'm installing that binding package explicitly. I'm installing the dev server. Yeah. npm install roll down binding Windows 32 x64. We're gonna allow it. This mixing module is specifically okay. I'm gonna allow it again. And now it's working. Great. So now that it's working, usually this stays like stuck because it's trying to run the server from the chat box, and for some reason that's an issue. Even if I press here continue in background, it's just going to take a whole bunch of processing power, and again it's already running. So if I press control and then left click, it's going to open one of my windows and it worked. So it's ridiculous. That's my I got those Screen Deck control panel. Any little thing that just stops it. unplugs. It gets unplugged if you touch it.
Trying what?
Because I'm using
Okay, man.
an adapter to convert it from. I forgot what this is. It's the a C charger, I guess. D charger. What is it called? Yeah, 2.0 for 8080, something like that. C charger.
Hello?
So I had to connect, convert it into USB.
Hey, what's up, Samson?
Hello, okay, what you listen? Okay. Typical Sunday stuff, huh? Wow, aren't you the upper cleaner fixer up there? You're very you miss hey, listen, with yo Galloway's car, oh my god, it looks like a farm. Yo, nah, like my car be dirty, but yo. Anyways, listen, so I'm you should be able to get the source files because you paid somebody to do that for you, that page, right? You paid a lot of money, or you must be one of your boo or something. No, I'm doing the site. I'm able to do it. It's just that I'm working on it right now. Like I already built the header. It looks identical. But my thing is, however you did this, you should be able to get the source files from it. Well, whatever source files, listen, if you want me to do the site completely as fast as possible, then it would be nice to get the source files. If you don't get me the source files, I can still do it. It's not. It's gonna be identical, but maybe like 95% identical. That's. I don't know if you're okay with that. Yeah. Yeah, man, I don't want to do an half-ass job because it depends on that. That goes under my record portfolio. Everything I do, I put under my portfolio. I actually have a 4-hour class doing this right now. Yeah, I'm live right now on YouTube. I'm live right now on YouTube. I'm doing your website right now, explaining it to my viewers. Yeah. I don't know about that right now. I'm a little shy. Give me some time. I'll think about it. Yeah, so basically, I really hope you can find those source files. Can you give me the link of the AI you used and I could figure it out? You serious? No. I don't think listen, let me tell you, based on what I know, I don't think no, you didn't do it. Somebody did this for you. This is not an AI. who did this. Absolutely not. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's it. That's true. Okay, so you could go to Fiverr, enter your credentials. Huh? Right, you go to Fiverr, go to Fiverr, enter your credentials, and then download the source file for the logo. Like that, it could be identical. If not, I'm gonna make it as identical as possible without the source files. You know what I mean? Like, of course, it has to be there. They have to. They have to give you everything, not only the logo, but also the source files if you want to make updates. They have to. So If you want to give me those credentials, I could get it myself. Yeah, of course. Okay. That yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, no wonder ChatGPT, because I'm using ChatGPT to help me recreate it from the image, and we're doing a pretty good job. I'm coding it. Yeah, well, I mean, I know how to do anything when it comes to web designing. You just got to give me the information. All right, but send me the fiber thing and try and see if you could somehow, some way, because if you did this with ChatGPT and you were logged on to your account while you was doing that, then it should be in the history. Okay. So so here's the thing. This fucker's asking me for a $20 subscription. I'm gonna pay for it. That's fine. I'm not asking you to pay for it. What ChatGPT? Hello? 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 Yeah, I can hear you now. What's up? Okay. Okay, so give me the login because right now it's asking me to pay for it, and I'm about to pay for it, but I'm gonna take it from my wife's account, and I'm gonna hear it right after that, and I don't mind. I'm like, fuck this shit. This shit's gonna make me money eventually, so I gotta practice it. So send me your ChatGPT because right now we're building the skeleton, the blueprint. I'm coding all this shit with him. He's giving me the codes. I'm copying and pasting. Luckily, I know what to do with the code. I know every line of code. I understand all that shit. I got that shit on a video. Oh, I got on a video explaining every line of code. It is fire. It does everything. Everything. It's only. Oh yeah. 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 Uh, yeah, and it's crazy because first it shows you that it could do it, and then it's like after a while, it's be like, okay, motherfucker, pay up. This is what it just did to me. I got like 4 hours coding here. It's like, motherfucker, pay up. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we don't have a choice. It's like the calculator. Once you use it, you can't stop using it. You want to use a calculator for the rest of your life. Same thing. It's not a big deal. Oh, these motherfuckers they're gonna take over like Terminator. Of course they are. Of course they're fucking. Motherfucker, you better print me some money. Print me some fucking money. That's what I need. To ChatGPT. Tell ChatGPT to print me some money. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, Simon. Thanks. All right, bye. Todos los domingos.
Disconnects just by touching it, so that like this is useless. Man, I got one viewer. I need to know who this viewer is. It's in Twitch, but I don't see. Oh, there's one viewer, and yet he's not in my activity feed. Twitch activity feed. Oh, so I know it's in Twitch, so whatever. Okay, so let me see if I get my screen got fixed again. I gotta click here. You guys can see this page. I wonder if I can create one so you guys can see it. Let me see. I go over here. Let's say I can do like a Windows capture. Right? Let me create Windows capture. So Windows capture. And I'm gonna call this second monitor. Second screen. I'll press OK. Now I want it to capture my second monitor. Chrome terminal. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Capture
You
message.
actually created this.
Next title. Multi-adaptive compatibility. What's this one? Let me see.
I'm going to tell ChatGPT that you created this a long time ago. What was it, in 2023? So like that, he could probably find
Oh,
the
no.
memory somehow.
Let me see if I
But
can
whatever's
just
the case, that
minimize
might
this.
be valuable information for
Put
him
somewhere
to
around
build,
here.
or to help me build the website.
Let's see if it
Like,
works. Press properties. Yeah, it's not coming in. Sometimes if you press like here, it might hurt Windows. This might just press a problem. And it's not a Windows, so let me go back there and put this something like that. Let me press OK. Let me see what this is the one that's capturing my screen right now. This is what you guys see. Okay, there's a different. Sure. So that's what I need. I need a display capture. I think that's kind of something. Let me get rid of this one. Delete this one. Are you sure you want to remove this? Yes. Let me take another display capture. Press here. Display capture. Screen. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and second screen. And then I'm gonna put it two. I don't want it to get confused with the previous name. Let's see. Let me press automatic. Select display. Okay, there it is. So this is second display. Right now it's showing my second display because I have it activated. So if I disable it, now you can only see my first display. So I'm gonna enable it. So I'm gonna enable this one, and then so you guys can see what I'm doing with my gato there. So this my second display is a little choppy, but it works. I'm gonna hit on my default, and now my gato is working again. So if you look at this, my screen is yellow. This right here, because I created this background, it's a background image, and I did this with Canva, and I'll show you guys how to do that. Just let me know down on the comments, and I'll show you guys how to do that. All right, so I'm gonna press my initiation key. I call it my initiation key. My initiation key is this one right there. Because once I click it, it goes to the OBS control panel, or my default profile control panel. Okay, you see? So it says that it's recording right now. I can press this button and I can pause it. And I can press this button and it'll show my mouse camera. Watch. Now it should be showing my mouse camera. Now you can see it, right? I believe so. Yeah, now you can see it. Yeah. So everything's back to normal. Now I need to, I don't want to minimize it. If I minimize it, it stops working. Like I said, it's a little glitchy. So I gotta keep it maximized. For now, I'm gonna go back to OBS. I wanna make sure I can see OBS. And now I'm gonna go ahead and what should I do here? Let me go back to my main screen, my host computer. This is the one I'm working on. So let me go ahead and go back here. We're going to go and work on this my code editor. So this is working. So it says the binding error is resolved and byte is running. I'm stopping the background dev process so your terminal is clean, then I'll summarize exactly the change and the remaining warning. So the error is fixed. I repaired your byte set of removing the broken install, reinstalling dependencies, installing the missing native package explicitly, npm install roll down. So we're rolling down instead of roll up. I guess that's the difference, but I know that roll down is like it's bytes parser, I believe. So yeah. So the previous cannot find native binding crash is gone. The byte starts at this localhost server. This HTTP server, localhost server. Okay, so remaining warning: the node version is 2211. Byte 8 wants 2212 or 2019 plus. So it runs now, but you should upgrade node to 2212 or newer to remove engine warning and avoid all future issues. Right now, I'm not gonna worry too much about that, but then again, we probably should. Yeah, usually when I, yeah, so this is, so let's look over here, see where we at. So I'm not exactly where I want to be. And I'm gonna go ahead and keep following the instructions over here. We're gonna run npm install. I think we already ran it, but let's do it again. npm install. Press enter. 0 vulnerabilities, great. So I went from required node. Oh, these are the one. Let's take away these warnings. So, okay, let's upgrade. I'm asking to do it. Okay, you want to upgrade node now? So so the detect the safest available installer on the machine and run the upgrade. Then verify node version and npm run that afterwards. Okay. So again, this is the SQL syntax. Node version, npm version, get command. Yeah, so this is running. Let's get it out of here. So allow. See, it's inside here, so I gotta press here. Yeah, it's just never understood how we create these folders, these projects. I have to look into that. So we're gonna run nvm install. Okay, node version module. I believe that's what nvm stands for. You know, I could ask these questions as we move along. And my press yes. nvm version, nvm. Let's see what it says here. nvm is no version manager. That's what that means. We're gonna go ahead and now install all the dependencies. That's what that command does. And it ditches that. It is now, we're gonna run server now. Press it out. Press it out. It's a new version. I wonder how it's running the server before it's installed, because that window that just opened was to install node.js, so that doesn't make sense. Previously installed enough process.
Vamos tú,
Okay, upgrade validation succeeded and the right warning is gone. I'm stopping the running that server so they terminate.
Ajá.
Your next command, node is upgraded and working,
está
but
saliendo,
change install
Pablo.
node 22.3.1.
Pero está saliendo.
Node
¿Qué deje está saliendo?
version manager.
Siempre está
Switch
saliendo.
Vale, porque yo voy a estar aquí tranca. Tengo que hacer mi diligencia.
Validated project dependencies.
¿Tú no puedes manejar?
Started
¿No
like
te gusta?
successfully with
Yo quería
no
Burlington.
version warning.
¿Cuál tienda?
Version node npm. So
No
these
se
are the
empezó.
versions here. Your
Ah, lo voy a meter en el banco para pagar algo.
this
¿Verdad?
URL.
Sí,
Okay.
claro.
URL stuff. We're running crazy.
Soy yo dando clase.
URL. Man.
¿Por qué me tienes que dar esa página de cosas?
No, para estar de que espiándome, no.
You just press it.
A visitar la casa.
No, porque no hay que
No,
darte
pero
like.
a mí me dice, la gente que están, que me están mirando, a mí me dice.
¿Cuánta gente te está mirando?
Indicates how the resource
Yo
should be
tenía tres
accessed.
gente ahí mirando.
S.
Uno,
The
dos,
S is most secure. That's what the S
tres
is for. The main name and then the path.
Tienes que darme esa cosa para decirle a Roberto, Ángel, que esa gente, para que te pongan ahí, para que te den like.
That's enough terminology. So that's the link.
¿Verdad?
That's the local host server. And this
Uh-huh.
section here,
Qué bueno.
I also need to remember this.
Si me llamo
This is
Esther.
the it's not the thing. Let me see.
¿Qué quiere decir ya? Que se arriba de la nevera.
arriba de la nevera, abajo de
The number.
de la cama, donde sea por aquí. Arriba del abanico.
Port. Wow. These are the simple terminology that I've forgotten because it's been a while since I've coded or gone into IT. So now I'm coming back to it. So port number. That's great. It's like riding a bike, huh? So now let's go ahead and move on to the next section. I believe that if now if I run npm install, it shouldn't give me any warnings. So it's perfect. Zero vulnerability, zero warning. Great. And I'm not sure why I'm seeing my folder here. I'm gonna have to go to open folder. So let's go back to the next step. I'm gonna open and well, we already did this. There's no need to do that. You should see the default right page, which we have. npm run dev. And that is coming from package.json, that command. I'll show you later. So control V, npm run dev. I'm gonna have to configure that to open my browser. It's opening my browser automatically. So it's working. I can press F5, Control Shift R for a hard refresh, and it's working great. I can also test it by opening incognito mode, but then again, that's waste of time. I mean, it's not a waste of time. It's not necessary. So now it's running. Let's go ahead and go to the next step. So we're gonna go ahead and install SANS. And all I have to do is run this command. Let's go ahead and do that. Control C to stop the server. Control V. Now let's run it. This is a dependency, but in this case, I believe we're going to install it as a dev dependency, meaning that only the developers will see it. No need to to upload it to the host provider. In this case, I use Hostinger. So when we build it, it's not going to go in the distribution folder. So we installed it. We installed SaaS. Now we're going to clean the project. We're going to delete the console.js, which is what we see here. That's the console.js every time I click on it. Console. Okay? We're going to delete this.
Look at this. Read the screen. Read the screen. Yes. Hmm.
Uh, oh,
Let's see.
seriously. Reply. I will put the same password with a different number. I'll send it to you now. This should gonna be. Oh, actually, this might not work. Right.
No, you have to be in Bluetooth. I'm just gonna pay for it. Let's see. Great. Okay, I'm good. It's okay. I'll give you an update later. I'm gonna be on this all day, all night. This is what I do. Alright, so let's start this all over again. All right, guys. I'm back. So let me start streaming. Let me make sure that YouTube is working. Let me see. Let me open YouTube and make sure that YouTube is working because, matter of fact, I want to make sure everything is working. Let me stop recording and let me stop. All right, guys. I'm back. So let me start streaming. Let me make sure that YouTube is working. Let me see. Hello, hello, hello. And hello. How are you guys? Right now, I just want to make sure YouTube is working. I know it says over here that it's working. These green buttons means that it's streaming, but sometimes when I open my YouTube channel, it's not working. So let me click here and make sure that it's working. I'm
If
going
you're streaming to nobody and you're just
X this out for now. And I'm gonna go to my YouTube channel right here. Let me go to create. Let me go to go live. I always test this because for some reason one application says one thing, another one says another. So it looks like I'm connected. Yes, I am. Now I'm gonna exit out. Great, Twitch is connected, that's for sure. All right, so let's get this party started. First and foremost, oh, I'm gonna have to stop recording my elegant, handsome face because I have information that I need in order to get the logo. All right. So you guys can't see me for a while. Let me take off my face, my mask camera. Now I'm gonna use my phone and go. I gotta go to Fiverr. I gotta go to Fiverr. Let me go to Fiverr and enter some credentials so I can get the logo. That's where my friendly coworker got her logo from. I'm gonna X out my Gemini. I'm gonna go to the official website. I'm gonna log in. Nope. Let me log in with a different account. No, not sign in. Yeah, sign in. Continue with email and username. Let's see how this works out. If it doesn't, then I'll have to wait till Monday, tomorrow. So the username is this. ESAMP2. And here's the password. What is it doing? I'm trying to sign in. Okay, good. Because it's giving me to generate a password, but I'm not creating an account, so it shouldn't be doing that. So it's let me see. That doesn't work, and we might have. Oh, looks like he's trying to log in from a different device. Yeah, I'll worry about that later. Eventually, we could fix that in the long run. But it looks like she did send me something here. We'll worry about that later. Okay, good. Let me go back to streaming my elegant, handsome face. Press play. Put this back in here. Hopefully it'll all work out because I have to make sure it captures me correctly. Let's see. F10. Yeah, but now it's like, all right, I guess that's fine. I'm not gonna go too crazy about it. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so let's go ahead and keep it moving. Okay, so this is where we're at. Okay, we're good. So now, for some reason, like he always does this, he wants to recreate everything. Here's what I want. Here's what I would do. If I were building this professionally, I would replace every photo in the markup with new, high quality, royalty free AI generated images, right? So if I go all the way from the beginning, the second image you uploaded is much better than the first one because it's a full page screenshot and you also have the original logo. That's enough for us to build a very accurate version. Since you don't have the source files, that's completely normal. We're going to create our own assets. Think of this project as rebuilding a website from a screenshot. Okay, great. So step one, create the asset folder inside your project. And I did that, but then he changed it. He's gonna change it later. Watch. If you look at my code, my code editor, I like to call it an IDE, which is integrated environment. Yeah, something like that. We'll worry about that later. Actually, you know me, I love to ask questions. So define IDE. Yeah, integrated development environment. Wow. Yeah, fun times. I forget these things. I haven't been as consistent as I want to, but yeah, we all know what that means. This is the platform that I'm using, which is VS Code. This right here, the code editor. But it's not really a code editor. What happened here? Let me X this out. Ah, we're missing the JavaScript folder because I got rid of it. All right, let's see what's going on here. So inside the assets folder, we got an image folder. And this is the image folder. All right. So inside the image folder, we got 5 folders. 1, UI, hero, gallery, branding, about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then we got icons. Icons is separate. All right, great. So let's keep it moving. So step 2, use the logo you already have. And that's exactly what's in branding, right? Yeah, that's the logo. Great. Look at it right here. Logo full dot PNG. Great. We're not gonna split it yet. This is more or less what it's gonna look like. We got the hallway over here. This is the hallway, and then this is the large image or icon, right? Is that what he says here? Icon? Yeah, large logo. So that's correct. The hallway is just luxury salon hallway or office hallway. Since we don't have the original images, we have 2 choices. Option A, which is recommended. We're going to use AI image generator to create a very similar hallway. It's 4K resolution, no watermark, looks almost identical, better quality than cropping. Great. Option B, which is not recommended, we could crop it. We're going to crop the whole way from the screenshot. That's not recommended. It's going to look blurry, compressed, stretched, doesn't scale. Number 4, okay, so about image, same thing. The chair image should become this pretty much. In the about, we're gonna add this image. We haven't created it yet, so this is the chair, and this is the image we're talking about. Again, don't crop it. Step 5, professional icons, and don't extract these. Instead, we'll recreate them using SVG icons. These are much cleaner. For example, hairstylist scissors comes from either here or Forza 4, Phos4 icons, or Lucid, or hero icons. Instead of the screenshot. I don't think we're gonna use any of these. Hopefully we're not, because I can't afford it. And they're all charging monthly fees. So the crown logo, notice something interesting. The big logo on the hero page is exactly the same logo you already uploaded, so that means we don't need another image. We simply reuse it. So logo full.png, which is this one right here. Let's look at our code editor. If we click here, that's the logo. Great. Let me close this. All right. And let me just leave this open. I'm gonna close everything else, close others. All right. And make it larger. Oh, okay. We'll make it larger later. Here's what I would do. If I were building this professionally, I would replace every photo in the mockup with new ones, high quality, royalty-free AI generated images that match the same luxury aesthetic. Okay, great. Camera, tattoo, nails, massage. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, but it's only naming a few. The layout, colors, typography, spacing, and branding will stay faithful to the mockup. Here's an idea that will save you hours. So basically, he's just going to explain here that he's going to auto-generate it for me. Since we're already using AI to help build the site, I can also help you generate matching luxury images instead of hunting around the web. Okay, great. That will make the entire website look cohesive, and we won't have to worry about inconsistency, stock photos, or copyright issues. I think that the fastest, cleanest path to a professional result. Awesome. I said, yes, let's do it. So asset creation plan. We'll create an entire asset library before we continue coding the folder structure. Here he changed it once more. He changed it again. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 folders now. And we're gonna place it in Hero BG web platform. I forgot what the P stands for. Web picture? Photo? Let's ask him again. I love asking questions. I know that this is the compressed or lighter format or type of image, such as PNG and JPEG. In this case, is WebP that I define. So WebP means is a modern image file format developed by Google that provides superior high quality compression for image on the web. Okay, so he didn't give me the abbreviation though. He did not give me the abbreviation, but that's fine. I was correct about the whole situation about it being compressed and lighter when it comes to the amount of space is going to take. It's probably in the kilobytes, not in the gigabytes. All right, so back to this right here. I have to recreate these folders again. Why does it keep? Let me ask him. Why does it keeps recreating the file structure? structures. Okay. Forgot a C. I was wondering. And I'm gonna give him this over. Hopefully he doesn't try to recreate it for me. It was a question. It keeps printing the file structure out because LLMS have no short-term memory between individual messages. Every single time you send a new prompt, the AI has to read the entire chat history from the beginning to keep itself grounded and ensure it doesn't forget the game plan you both agreed on. It reprints the file tree as a visual anchor. It essentially saying, here is the map of what we are building, just so we are both on the same page before we write the next line. Also notice a tiny bug in the folder tree keeps printing. The way it's rendering the tree actually places branding, hero, and about outside of the image. Oh, that is a bug. Let me see. Yeah, that's definitely a bug. This is all supposed to be in the same. But let me run this prompt before I do any of this because the file structure is off. You see, image hero supposed to be inside image. Right now, it's saying that it's folder on its own. So that's not good. Since you already know where your file goes, you can tell it got the file structure down. Let's skip the tree, generate the next asset code block. Okay. So again, we're gonna copy this. This is the prompt. Put it in here. Control V. And let's go. Let the adventure begin, ladies and gentlemen. Let it begin. Hopefully it's not lost. Sketching it out. Making the first draft. Setting the scene. Polishing details. Usually, oh wow, that looks amazing. Nice. So let's look at it. Yeah, it's even better. Let's upload it. Okay. So I click up download. Great. So we downloaded it. Now we're gonna go ahead and go to the folder. We're gonna copy it. And we're gonna go to our main folder and we're going to paste it in here. All right. Paste it right in here. We're gonna change the name. Great. We're going to change the name and it has to be inside. I'm gonna tell him that the folder structure is off and make sure that he remembers it. I don't why do we keep changing the folder structure? I'm gonna ask him. Why do we keep changing the folder structure? Let's get it right. One time, please. Unless change unless necessary, please. Change unless necessary, please. Oh, look, I don't have any views today or right now. Oh, isn't that something? Why doesn't my spell check work? This uses the same spell check checker that uses Google search text texture type and the browser is sent to Google. You can always change. So, oh Jesus. Ugh. Gotta take off a S or C. I'm lazy. Okay. Why do we keep changing the folder structure? Let's get it right one time, please. Change unless necessary. And this one is this one has a bug. The image, let me just write it right here. Let me just he's thinking. Now he has memory. You're right. That tree was incorrectly indented and it made those folders look like siblings of image instead of children inside of it. Exactly. It's supposed to be children. Canonical project structure. We'll lock the project structure now and only change it when there is a real technical reason for it. And it's running really slow. I might have to stop and restart things because for some reason things are running really slow right now. Yeah, it's thinking still. Okay, great. So it looks like we're good now. There's a lot. So where are the files you already have? Where are the files you already have go? Okay, where they go? The original logo still goes there in branding. The generated hallway goes there. The full mock reference goes there. Okay. So let's do this one more time. I'm asking to recreate this. Okay, we got okay. Please recreate these files and folders and files. He's been doing a good job, so hopefully he won't mess up this time because I've asked him to change these files and folders so many times. Let me see. Make sure, okay, let me tell him to make sure to keep the other root files and folders. I believe the VS Code. Yeah, the VS Code. Let me just make sure he got it right. The VS Code node module I guess public, yeah, public should be one of them. Yeah. What is this? Oh, right. I don't care too much about the public folder. Let me see. If I close this one, this one. Let me see. Where's reference? Index package. Okay, right. Reference. Okay. Whatever. Make sure you keep the other necessary files. Make sure we keep the other necessary folders and files. And then let me just go. Let me close this. I'll inspect the current project tree first, then I'll recreate only missing folders and files from your layout while preserving any existing required files. Okay, I found most of the requested files are currently missing, so I'm checking index.html next to preserve compatibility with whatever entry file is expected. I'll press allow. This is just going to create the folders. Great. Fight config. Uh-oh. There we go. I confirm index.html already expects, or let's see what he said here. Next to preserve compatibility. Oh, I found most of the requested files are currently missing, so I'm checking index.html next to preserve compatibility with whatever entry file it expects before I scaffold the new structure. I confirm index.html already expects source JavaScript main.js and style.css SAS. So I am now creating the full request tree plus compatibility placeholders without deleting unrelated files. Okay, I am verifying the file system now because the terminal output was truncated. Was it truncated? Let's see this. It was not truncated. I'll verify the file system now because the terminal output was truncated. Next, I'll confirm every required path is present and patch any gaps. All right, so let's see. Done. I recreated the requested structure and kept all the necessary project files intact. So what now exists? So index, package, byte, design, spec. Let me see. Okay, design spec is there. Did he and design spec? I need this one then. Let me control copy, control find. There's two of them. Where's the other one? Yeah, but we created this. Let me see. Okay, I remember this was the only one we created. I don't recall creating the other one. But what I will do is create this one right now. Let's create this file, the MD markdown file. So I'm gonna click here, add new file, and enter. Why is it PNG? Oh, that's the image that I took off. All right, so let's see what's going on. So let me go ahead and add it. I'm gonna go over here, homepage mockup. Go ahead and copy it, put it in my website branding. It's not called branding. It's outside of branding. Go to Dom Divas reference. It's supposed to be. Oh, it's already in there. What am I talking about? Jeez, I'm blind. Anyways, here it is. It was there from the get-go. And that's the old version. I want to put the new version. Let me put the new version. This is the new version. This one right here. Control copy. Paste this one in here. Great. See, the new version looks way better because it shows everything. Okay, great. Let me change this name because it could be quite buggy with all those different types of what do you call them again? Symbols, right? So I'm gonna paste this and then I'm gonna put 1.0 1.0 maybe. That's fine. There you go. This is an upgrade. Okay, great. So if I were to F5 this, it would change now. Uh-oh. What happened here? Oh. Oh, it's the view. I don't like the view. Put it on detail, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just leave it like that. All right, so let's minimize it. Let's close these. We don't need to have these open, uncluttered. So now under source folder, oh, how is that? What happened to reference? Oh, wait a minute. It's supposed to be an image. Amenities. Let me see what's going on here. This is completely different. So in image, we have to have branding. All right, let me go to source. Assets. Images. Okay, great. So it looks like this is promising. So under source, we have all these things here. Now I'm not sure where we have profession. Let me see. It's under images, reception. Okay. And profession is on the what? Oh, icons, great. So I'm not going crazy. And UI is on the what? Okay, icons. Okay, good. So let's look at icons. Icons has a lot of folders. Let's make sure that that's correct. That's not correct. Yeah, but that's user interface, not icons. Icons is here. Here we go. Okay, so amenities, profession, and then another UI. Okay. So let's make sure that images does not have a UI. No, it doesn't. So I gotta delete that folder. So under images, we don't need this one. Move to recycle bin. I'm gonna have to look through this one by one. So assets has one folder, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's make sure that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Great. So that's images. Okay. And all right, images, icons, JS, and JS. Images, icon, font. Let me see. Yeah, font. Font is empty. So I already know this one has 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 7. Icon has 3. Let me look at icon. 1, 2, 3. Great. And then we got JavaScript, which is outside of the images. This is inside the source folder, and this has the main and the navigation. Let's look at it. Main and navigation, great. Is it exported? Nope. Nope, it's empty. Okay, great. That's fine. In SAS, we have all these other folders. In SAS, we have abstract base components, layouts, and then styles. Let's look at layouts. Layouts has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Footer is the last one. And where is footer? Footer's not the last one. It's not in alphabetical order. That's fine. If anything, we'll just recreate it. And components has 1, 2, 3. 1, 3. Components has 3. 1, 2, 3. The other one has 1, 2, 3. The other one has 1, 2, 3. They all have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Great. So now, great. So where are the files you already have go? We got the logo for JPEG, all right? That's in branding. All right. Images, branding, a logo full. This is the one that's I have to delete this one and change it into a JPEG. So let me delete this one. Change this into a JPEG. That's funny. It wasn't a JPEG at first. Now it is. So this stuff is all over the place. So let's change it over here. I have to go to Diva, done Divas, and then go to sources and go to what's going on over here? Because I have them here too, man. All right, this is empty. Assets. What happened to image? Oh, it's in assets. Images. Okay, branding. So I have to rename this to JPEG. And it might cause a problem like it has in the past. So let's not talk about it. Yeah. All right, let's see if it works. Yep, it works. Okay, great. Logo full JPEG, great. The generated hallway image. So we got the generated hallway image. So now let me take this name. I'm gonna change it to this name. Okay. Control copy. We're gonna go ahead and look for this image. And it's this one right here. But first I'm going to copy this one, place it in my main folder. It's supposed to go in the image heroes. Paste it in here. So there's 2. Control copy and delete this one. Then rename this one. And then enter. And that's good enough for now. Right? Hero bg dot png. Let's look at our folder. Where'd it go? Here it is. And this is our hero. Let's look at it real quick, and it looks amazing. So let me X this out. Let me X this out. Let me X this out. And that looks amazing. Great. All right. So now the next step is to check the other ones. So the full markup reference is homepage markup.png. Okay, let me look at this. I guess I might have to rename these things. I have to go to not source. I have to get out of source. Go to Don Divas, go to reference, and make sure that this is the right name. This one I'm gonna put, let's say, a 2 at the end, or original, or yeah, I'm gonna put first. I'll put first on it, and then I'm gonna take off the 1.0 on this one. So I want this one to be the original. And press enter. Homepage mock up. Right, home page mock up. And it's supposed to be in reference home page mock up. So important rule going forward. We are now using this as the single source of truth. I will not move folders, rename sections, or introduce a different architecture unless something generally requires it, and any necessary changes will be explained before we make it happen. So let's go to the next prompt. So the next prompt is it's gonna be this one. A luxurious salon suite with modern barber chair, round illuminated mirrors, manta black cabinetry, gold fixture, elegant styling station, premium beauty studio, warm ambient lighting, ultra realistic interior photography, black and gold color palette, no people, 4K. Good. So let's do that and enter this. This is for the about section. Control V. And here we go. Only takes like maybe a minute or two. Maybe a minute. Making the first draft. Great. Amazing. Let's see. Compared to the one we have now. Yeah, it's about right. A little. It's fine. Okay, great. So we're going to upload it. Okay. Download. And I'm going to open this. Control copy. And I'm going to place it in here. No, not in here. In here. Control V. Make sure I put like share in here or something like that. Let me just put the correct name. Fix this out. We go back up. And make sure we put this in the correct place. This goes in reception recreation. I don't think that that's a W or web P though. No, it's not. So I don't need this to be web P. Why is he telling me to save the images as WebP when I download them as, let me see as what I'm downloading them as a PNG. When he is making them, and I am downloading them as PNG. Guess it's because I ate and I'm a little tired, but I should be fine. That is an incredibly check. The reason it's telling you to save them as, even though the AI is generating them, letting you download them in PNG, comes down to web performance best practice versus image generation and limitation. The AI can only generate PNGs. The AI image generation tool is using behind the scene is hardwired to output high quality, lossless PNG files. This physically cannot hand you a WebP file directly from the chat window. Why is it is pushing WebP anyways? It is thinking like a production web developer. From a luxury website with huge full screen background visuals like the hallway, PNG files are too heavy. A large PNG can easily be 3 megabytes to 5 megabytes, which makes your website slutter and load incredibly slow. By telling you to save or convert them to the, is trying to ensure that your final image compressed down to around 200 kilobytes to 400 kilobytes without losing any of the sharp luxury quality. What you should do right now, don't worry about trying to force the download to be WebP. Download to a clean PNG file directly from the chat. Put them in your folder as PNG for now, so you keep momentum and build your layout. Before you launch or finish project, you can easily drop those PNGs into a free online converter like Cloud Convert or Tiny PNG to switch them over to web. Okay, in 5 seconds. For now, you can just tell the AI I'm downloading these as PNG for now. Let's keep going. That's fine. Okay, so let's get the name and then eventually um, along the lines, we're going to convert them to WebP with a third party such as Cloud Convert or Tiny PNG. So let's go ahead and take this over here, control copy. And we're gonna save it in receptions. I have to first rename, let me go back. Rename it F2. So this over here, great. And I'm just gonna rename this to hallway. Save this. Take this, control copy, and we're gonna put this in reception. Okay, we're gonna go to source, assets, images, reception, put it right in here. Control V, great. So now we're gonna go on to the next one. So gallery images, we'll need 4 images for the grid. So lashes, here's the prompt: close-up professional eyelashes, extension, luxury beauty salon, shallow depths of field, warm lighting, and ultra realistic. Let's go ahead and copy this, put this into the prompt. Great, enter. So he's sketching it out. Guys, I'm gonna have to get some coffee because I'm like very sluggish right now. Setting the scene. Polishing details. Finishing up. Okay, great. Whoa. Really? This is not even an icon. Mm. Okay, so this is a gallery. All right. It's images. It's not an icon. Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, these are gallery images. Okay. All right, that makes sense. You scared me there a little bit, ChatGPT. I was hoping to get. I was looking at this at first. Eyelashes here. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. Okay, great. All right, so let's go ahead and download it. All right. Here we go. We're gonna go ahead and open again. No, I don't want to look at it. No, it's already in my downloads. Let me get it in my downloads. I'm gonna go ahead and copy it. 115. Okay. Copy. Put it in my right here. I have to create a folder here. Let me create a new folder. It's gonna be called Don Divas. Right here. F2. Copy. Jewelry. Hey. Oh, I have to create the folder. All right. Folder. Give it the name, Don Divas, and I'm going to put all my images in here. Uh-oh. What the? There you go. Go in here. I'm gonna change this to eyelashes. I don't like the view. I like my detail view. So I can look at the type size and date and all that good stuff. So this is it right here. We're gonna call it. Go back up. We're gonna call it lashes. F2. Lashes. I'm gonna go ahead and press enter. I'm gonna copy it and put it inside the correct folder. And the folder is galleries under images. We're gonna go to source images, assets, images. We're gonna go to gallery. We're gonna paste it. Okay, great. Next. Nails. Okay. Luxury black manicure with glossy finish on an elegant female hand. Premium nail salon. Photography. Okay. Control V. Enter. I'm gonna go make some coffees, guys. I'm a little tired. I'll be back. All right, so nails are done. The nails done. Let's go ahead and upload it. Download it. Great. Download. We're gonna open this. Control copy. We're gonna put it in the Don Diva localhost folder. And it belongs in here. Control V. And this is gonna be called nails. And the next one is tattoo. Copy. V nails, rate, and we're gonna go ahead and copy nails, and we're gonna put it in gallery again. Control V. Rate. Those are two gallery images, right? First one is lashes, the second one is nail, the third one is tattoo. So professional tattoo sleeve, close up luxury tattoo studio, dramatic lighting. And we gotta enter. Oh, we got one viewer again. I wish I knew who that viewer was. Who on earth? What you doing? Oh, who's this? Don't tell me there's another person trying to sell me. So, why can't chat in here? It looks like it froze. Yeah, it froze again. But everything else is working. Yep, it froze. So it's recording, which is the important part, right? Okay, so I gotta look at this page like 100 times. I'm gonna put it over here, guys, because this doesn't look right when I'm looking like this, when I could easily just look at my stuff like this. That's more professional. One last tweak. What are you tweaking? It's the tattoo part that is tweaking. You just keep it there like that. It's focused. It's supposed to work more efficient when you focus in on the actual screen that it's working on the meanwhile. Oh, this one's taking much longer than usual. Ooh, I'm tired. Personal tattoo sleeve. Come on. One last tweak. This tweak is taking forever. Yeah, this is taking mighty long. What does it say next? Right after that, what does it say here? Every image will we share the same. We'll share the same. We won't have to worry about licensing restriction. The site will have consistent luxury. We generated one at a time, starting with the hero hallway, because that's the visual centerpiece of the homepage. Once we have that image, we'll begin coding the hero action section around it. Wow, this is taking extra long. This is not working. Oh, now it's working. Great. So let's see. What is he trying to tell me? This is taking too long, guys. Yes, that's normal. Image generation time vary based on a few factors: the current load on the image generation server, the complexity of the prompt, whether the system is creating a completely new composition or refining a more common scene. 10 to 20 seconds, 30 seconds can happen during busy periods. Rarely, a request can stall and need to be regenerated. If it's taking longer than the lash or nail images, it doesn't necessarily mean anything is wrong. While generating, I want to suggest a workflow that I think will make this project much smoother. In your project group, now we track every asset. This way, we will always know exactly what has been created and what still needs to be generated. Wait a minute. What are we talking about? Asset tracker MD. What? You want me to create another MD file? Really? So let me create this file right here. It's best to click on a blank space over here, because if you click on any of these folders, it might not work. So click here, click on the blank, so I could be inside the root folder location, which is this one. I'm gonna click on new file, Control V, and then enter. Then inside here, I'm gonna go ahead and copy this markdown syntax, and I'm gonna paste it in here, and voila. For some reason, it wants me to give it a break over here, break line, and that goes away. Let's see, my coffee's ready. Okay, guys, let's see if they finally, if it's finally ready. The what was it? The tattoo. No, never did it. Let me run it again. Let me copy it from the main source, just in case. You know what? I'm gonna take the rest of these. Tattoo. Let's just do this. Shoot. Did I do this one? Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm. Thing is, you can't copy this. Let's see. I could share it. Let me see. Public link copy to your clipboard. Anyone with this link can see the conversation. Okay. So tattoo. Let me just copy these two for now. Okay. Let me put in my notepad. All right. And I'm gonna just put this in here. Uh-oh. I closed it. Doc type. Yeah, that's fine. Control Alt, Control V, professional, Control C, Control copy, professional tattoo sleeve, close up, great. So let me put this in here. Okay, Control V. Make sure there's no white space or space, empty spaces. All right, is there? Yeah, there was a white space. That's why. Enter. There's no white space or blank space over here either. Enter. Okay, great. So it should start this process and it should work correctly this time. And my coffee, when I went to get my coffee, it was ready all right. Except I forgot to put the actual grind beans to make the coffee. So the water went up. That's called excitement and sleepiness. I'm not sleepy, I'm just tired. I'm all right. Publishing details finishing up. Adding final touches. One last tweak. This is where it got stuck the last time. Let me X this out. Maybe it's not liking this. Come on. I'll be back. Oh my lord. So something's wrong with this image creating system. It's taking way too long. I'm gonna exit out and I'm gonna restart it because I'm just gonna press Control Shift F5 because there's something completely wrong with this. Control Shift F5. Control Shift R. Oh. Okay, so now it worked. I pressed Control Shift R, and that's hard refresh. So I'm gonna download it. Let's see what the original one looks like. Yeah. Yeah. The one I have is way better. Wow. That looks quite intricate. Aesthetic. Really pretty. Really nice. And download. We're gonna go ahead and open it. Control copy. We're gonna put this in our main folder, our local folder, which is this one. Control V. And we're gonna change it to tattoos, right? Here, control copy. Two, control V. And save. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna put this in. Let's see where it says. In gallery again. Finally. So the next one is also in gallery, and it's the content. Professional. Let's see. DSLR camera on luxury beauty studio desk cinematic lighting. Okay, let's enter this. Hopefully I don't have to press Control Shift R for R refresh. Control V. I want to make sure there's no space. Yeah, no space here. No space here, and I'm enter. Great. Let's create an image. Let me see what the original looks like. I guess it should. Oh, this is the camera. So we have this. This is the chair one. I don't recall this one. Let me see if we have this one. Polishing details. Finishing up. Adding final touches. One last tweak. That's where they're stuck most of the times. Coffee. Black coffee. Sugar. Three spoons. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Trust me. This is taking even longer. That one last tweak thing. I'm gonna give it 20 seconds. Then I'm gonna hard refresh or just refresh. "20 seconds are over at 5. There it is. That's the trick. And I'm gonna press upload. Great. Download. Actually download. I'm gonna open it, copy, and then I'm going to paste it in my local folder right here. Paste it. Make sure I get the correct name. It's content. There you go. Wonder why they called it content. Where is it going? Here. Control V, enter. Control copy. Gallery, Control V. Great. And the next one is move on up. More coffee. Been stutter. I don't know if it's sluggish. I've been sluggish. So coffee will do it. All right, so that's the camera. Now is the luxury beauty executive suite at night, warm lighting, modern architecture, black marble, gold assets, empty hallway, premium commercial real estate photography. Okay, let's go. Copy. Oh, this is the footer. Okay. And then Control V. Enter. So let's see what it looks like. It's all the way down here. That's funny though. It cuts it a little bit at the bottom. Like it's missing something there. All right. All right. So let's see how we're looking. Adding finishing touches. Same thing again. And I'm gonna press F5 in 35 seconds. Uh-oh, coffee's kicking in. It's definitely kicking in. Usually that's the way it stays. 35 seconds has passed. AI viewers, oh, stream, same stuff. All right. F5. Once that's done, I'm gonna close it completely, and then I'm gonna restart it. Why is this in the footer though? Let's see. This part right here. No, it might be this part. Because I have the hallway, I have the chair, and okay, and then I went into this. No, this is the one I just did was this one. All right. But it looks the same as the one I downloaded before, which is the first one. Yeah, it looks similar to this one. No, not this one. This one here. All right. This one right here is the same thing. There's nothing to show. Let me open this again. The images. Let me see. Where is it? It's in here. This one. This is the one I was hoping it would download something similar to this, but it didn't. It just downloaded almost the same thing like the whole. So I'm not sure what happened here. Yeah, I'm gonna compare them. Wait, this is the wrong way to compare them. So I downloaded it. So now let me look at it over here. And the download page. 155, 158. I'm gonna go ahead and copy it. Put it in my local folder. Right here. Control V. We're gonna call this footer. Yep, footer background. Control copy. FT. Control V. Enter. Copy. Put this in the gallery, I believe. Let me see. Oh. Oh no, see. Oh, call to action. Okay. Where is this? Has to be in the assets. No? Maybe icons? Nope. It's in the font. Nope. It's in images. CTA. There you go. So let me open this one. Yeah, let me just see. This one and the first one, hallway. Gallery. And hallway. Hey. Hey. Branding. It's the logo. Amenities. Oh, it's an about page. That's what it is. Oh. That was surprising. Hero. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is the one. But I thought see, these two look identical. This one and this one. This one and this one. This one and this one. All right. All right, let's go. Well, it does have the chairs over here, so that's nice. All right. We could close them now. Close. Close. Okay, so now I was wondering if there's anything here that says hallway. Let me see. Control find. Hallway. Okay, so that's the hero image, and we saved it as hero BG, not hallway. Okay, great. So there's 12 of these. Okay, another hallway. Okay, so starting with the hero hallway because that's the visual centerpiece of the homepage. Once we have that image, we'll begin coding the hero section around it. All right, so let's go. Okay, so now what's next? Let's see. I already created this over here. Let me see what that looks like. Yeah, this is it. I can always right click here, print to document, and then just click on it here, and then right click, and then open with Live Server. Here we go, and that's what we're looking at. So branding has the logo, hero has the hero, about has the about, chairs, galleries, lashes, tattoo. What is this? So I'm missing, let me go to gallery. Assets, images, gallery. No, they're there. Contents, lashes, nails, and tattoos. I think I misspelled it. Yeah, nails is with an S. That's fine. And it's PNG. And okay, so tattoo, it has two TATTOONPG. The content is there too. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me let me ask them why they're not checked. Why tattoo dot png and content, oh shit, contents creator dot png. Oh, these are different names. Why? Oh, it's like that because it was created like this. So in order for me to check it, I will have to check it myself, I guess. This way, we'll always know exactly what has been created and what still needs to be generated. So once we finish generating all the images, I'd like to stop using AI for a while and switch entirely to coding. We have everything we need: the logo, the hero, the about, the gallery, the reception, the CTA. Then we'll spend the next several sessions focusing on building the website on VS Code until it matches your mock-up. That way we're not constantly switching between design and development, which tends to slow things down. I think I'll make the whole process much more organized and enjoyable. Okay, that's great. So let me look at this real quick. I want to see how he made this green over here. So if we look at the HTML, see how he did it. So let's look for, let's say, nails. Control find nails. Right. So nails, yeah. He just changed the image. This is an image, an icon, or a GDS. I think no, this is PNG. But this part right here is GDS. So let me see something. I'm just gonna go ahead and duplicate it. Right now I have two, and I'm gonna do the same with this one. But in this case, I'm going to copy the names here. Control copy, and put this here. Control V, and then this one here. It just has a different name, so. And nails. Control V, great. Control save. So it wasn't supposed to make changes here, but whatever. Do I have to check or uncheck the checkbox in the MD and what? Let me go ahead and copy this. F2, Control Alt, Control Copy, and then put this here in the Markdown file. I'll quickly check. Okay, so I can't tell you exactly when to check versus uncheck. I can also verify against your actual folder so you know exactly which one should be checked right now. I mean, how do you check it? That's my question. Do I actually just check it here? See? So yeah. Check the box when that exact asset files exist in your project and leave it unchecked. It's missing based on your current file. Keep checked. Nails, lashes should be should be checked. File exists but tracker is unchecked. Should be unchecked. Currently checked but file not found. About share keep unchecked not found. If you want, I can update for you automatically to match the real folder state. My question is, do I have how can I do the check or uncheck, or is it automatically? Let's see. It's manual right now, not automatic. In your tracker, you are using symbols. There you go. So you just edit the line and swap the symbols yourself. If you want true markdown checkboxes, use this format. Then you can click the checkbox in preview editor, right? Depending on VS Code mode, or type X remove or remove X matter. The automatic checking only happens if you set up a script tool to scan your assets folders and update the files for you. I mean, that would be the right thing to do, but right now I'm not really worried about it. So yeah, I thought it was automatic from the get-go. But just would be nice, you know. And our content one, why does it say content creator? Let's see. Control fine. Where's the other one? Uh-oh. Let's look at the image. It's the camera, and it's called content, not content creator. Should have been content creator. But I'm gonna take this off because that's not what it's called. So control save. We could make it automatic. Okay, let's make it automatic. Okay, let's make it auto. I don't see what's the point of me having to constantly do this in the back end when I could just automate it. I'm creating a sync script that updates each tracker line in place, keeping your current format. Then I'll write it to an npm script and run it once to prove it works. I've wired the automation. Now I'm running it once and checking the tracker so you can use it immediately with one command. And He says yes, it's automatic now. About chair should be checked also, but it's called chair about chair, but it should be chair, I believe. I'll check right now. So yes, it's automatic now. I set up an auto sync script that checks real asset files and updates the check marks in your tracker. What I added was a script, npm command, which is assets and sync, and how to use it. Run this internal npm run asset sync. Current results already ran it once, and your tracker was updated automatically. What it does, it looks in your asset folders and assets, matches file names listed in assets tracker. It sets each line to checked or unchecked based on whether the file exists. If you want, I can also make it run automatically before npm run dev, so it always stays current. I gotta get used to running these commands that I create. So let me rename these. First of all, the chair. Let me look at the chair. It goes in the about. Oh, the chair's not even in there. Let me see. The chair was the second one. Okay, let me see. Where's the chair? That's the chair. So it's 0713. That's the one. So 0713. I never copied it. That's the problem. Control copy, and then I'm gonna go over here, place it in here. Control V. Right now I'm gonna go over here, go to the actual here, and then go over here. See, the problem is it has two different versions. So about chair. Control copy. Well, enter. Control copy. I have to put it back in my I think it's in the image folder, right? It's not gallery, it's about. There you go. So now let's see, let me keep it and let me run the script or the command. It's assets sync npm run assets. So it's what happened? Control C npm run, right? Assets s sync. There you go. So it automatically clicked it for me. Everything else is ready. I don't have the icons though, so I don't know what's going on here. So it's the same thing with this stuff. Okay, so everything's good. I don't have the icons yet. I have the CTA, which is a footer BG, the reception, which is the reception. I got all the gallery images. I have the about image. I have the hero image, and I have the logo full image. Great. All right, so let's keep it moving. Now it's time to code, the fun part. So everything's ready. Okay. What's this over here? Is he saying to look for it in Lucid? What are we doing with the icons again? First of all, let me close this because it's been acting funny. So guys, I might have to come back. I know it's been 2 hours. It took us 2 hours to download these images and put them on the right place. You know what? I don't think I'm gonna log off right now. Let me just reopen it one more time. I'm gonna go ahead and just close this. Close all my Chrome. Yeah, I don't need you anymore. Goodbye. So I can close this too. I don't think I need to save this. I could close this one also. And I'm good on everything else. All right. So let's open it again. My account. Chat GPT. All right, so now so the icons. So the icons. What are we going to do with the icons? They Let me give him the image again like that, just in case if he forgot. Oh. So the icons, what are we going to do with the icons? And if we download them, is there a specific type? And I notice that they have a gold border. Let's see what he says. It's active first. This is exactly the level of details we need to match the mockup. The icons are not just random icons, they're all part of the same visual system. Looking closely at your mockup, here's what I see. They are outline outcomes, not filled. They all have the same stroke thickness. They all use the same gold color. None of them sit inside box or circle. The only border in the section is the gold border around the entire container, not around each icon. Here's the section you're referring to. All right, yeah. Notice the icons themselves don't have a border. The surrounding panel does. Yeah, they're gold. You have a trend on gold. I don't want to use font awesome since we're recreating this professionally. I don't want to use an icon font. Instead, we use SVG. Okay, so icon format, nothing else, not okay. So where they go? Yeah, I know that. Where to get them? Option number one is Lucid. Let's go to Lucid. Control copy. Let's go here. And we're gonna look for camera. Okay, that's the camera. It has to be similar to this one. So let's use this one right here. Copy. Download. Let's download the SVG. It's great. So now let's look for the other one. More. Handshake. Copy. Control V. Handshake. Okay, this one's fine. Download this. Whoa. Okay, we downloaded it. Great. It's funny. I could have made it that color over here. All right. So now handshake is done. Eyes. All right. Control V. And the eye shouldn't be that difficult. This is eyelashes though. There's no eye. It's just the eyelashes that one. So this is it. Right? Should have looked like this though. Wait a minute. What am I searching here? Download. Right. I don't know why he called it I. Why are we downloading them more? Oh, that's what it looks like. Control copy. Yeah, the more has an image. It's not just the word more. So this is the one right here. Download. Great. So now. Okay. SVG Ripple. All right, let's do this before I take a nap. I'm getting tired. Do this. Now we're gonna go ahead and get this one, nail polish bottle. We got to get the one that's only outlined. Outline. Why doesn't it? Bakery. Shoot. It worked the first time. Now it doesn't work. There's something else. Nope. Oh, I can't find this one. Let me just search for that. Yeah, this one looks better. So I'm gonna download this one. Yeah, let me download something else that looks more fantastic. This one looks really nice though. But I'm gonna take this one. This one and download it. Great. What's the next one? Tattoo machine. Really, we had an eye, now we have eyelashes, right? Right. So I don't see where's the eye. Yeah. So now tattoo machine. Oh. Oh, there it is. All right. Tattoo machine. Eyelashes. Now we're gonna have two versions because I already downloaded them. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for. Oh, look at that. That looks nice. I like this one. let's download this one, right? Download SVG vector. All right, that's fine. Yeah. And let's look for just I. I like this one. This one's fine. Download vector. Great. Barber razor. Control copy. Outline. Wait, is there like let's control V? Did I have a blank space here? Let me just put razor. There you go. Perfector. So this is fun. I think I'm gonna use this one. Yep. Perfect. What's next? What's up? Salon scissors. Salon scissors next. Put this one in here. Control V. Enter. Alright, so think about doing this with the circle thing. What it would look like with a circle. Nope, no circle. I'm just gonna download this one. Scissors, great. What's next? And that's it. Since there are only 9, we could create a matching custom icon set with identical strokes width proportion. That's how premium brands maintain visual consistency. Okay, so gold color. So we'll never edit the SVGs themselves. Instead, we color them with CSS. Great. So what this is now, every icon automatically matches. I guess this goes in the main CSS. But I haven't done anything with the main CSS. If we go to CSS, right here, there's nothing in there. Alright, I'm gonna take a break, guys. Thank you for being here. I'll see you like in 2 hours or so. See you guys later.